you guys?
That's correct, yeah.
So you
Go
can
ahead,
see
Eiji.
all of us,
Yeah.
please?
Yeah. Okay, I've started
okay.
recording also. Go ahead, Eiji. You can begin.
Okay. Who's opening? I'm so sorry.
You can start with the prayer, actually, yeah.
Okay.
Well, hey guys, so yes, I'll open up. So today we're doing not the final nakshatra, but the last nakshatra in the chronological order of Revati. And even though me and Dr. Pai, we covered the beginning 5-6 nakshatras, and then we all came together and started doing these things. So you guys will still see other videos as well, like Ashwini again, Bharani again. But today is the crux of all the, the whole nakshatra cycle. So yeah, so we're going to be starting, Revati Nakshatra with a prayer from lovely E.
Okay. Thank you guys. Such an honor to be here again. Om Hrim Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Om Ganganapati Namaha. Vakdevye ch vidmahe Varanchi Patni ch dhimahi Tano Vani Prachodayat. Om Aim Saraswatye Namaha. Om Aim Saraswatye Namaha. Om Aim Saraswatye Namaha.
So I think now it's, since we rarely get Kapil, I think it's going to be Kapil ji who will kind of speak on Revati Nakshatra. So Kapil ji, over to you now. Yeah.
So we already know like all the key things of, Revati Nakshatra and the Pashan and all the story. But see, I want to speak from what I have witnessed, especially through transits of moon and just reading people's chart. I think the best way for astrology is not books. Teachers, great, absolutely, but it's when you actually see the chart, that's when you really see how astrology works, because you can hear things like, for example, Moon and Ketu make a person very isolated, or Moon Rahu can give psychological issues, and you will see people's chart and it's not that case. They're normal, they're like highly logical people who are lawyers and IT professionals. So this is where, the experience of people's lives is what teaches you. So one thing I've seen with Revati is that, first of all, time dilation, which we know that story, right? They waited in there and it was too late, right? I forgot the name of the daughter and her father. But see, what I've seen, like anytime Moon was transiting Revati Nakshatra, not just Pisces, actually Revati is where I came across shows where they were talking about, let's say, for example, anything on Einstein. They were talking about how there's dimensions in this world. Like, you'll see one of those conspiracy shows, alien shows, that there's these dimensions where a person will go for an hour and they will return after 100 years. And there's these portals that has been there. So that's one thing I saw, that there's something with time and anomaly. Like, for example, I've noticed this 3 times. Suddenly I'm like, okay, so I'm like, finished my work. I'm like now relaxing, having my cigar. I'm like, what do I want to watch? So I'll just open up the TV. 3 times I've seen this. I'm like, let me watch Interstellar. I just wanted to watch Interstellar, and I've watched that movie redundantly so many times. And when I'm like, okay, why am I watching this today? And then lo and behold, like Moon either just entered Revati or was in Revati. So I know there's something to do with how you can not just witness time dilation in a fictional way. It is probably also through rituals. You can look into the past, future, or even, take your astral body or causal body to other places. But one of the other big things that I did not see in the actual, the description or the theme of the nakshatra is they have no support. A Revati individual will not get support, especially if they run through the dasha of the planet in Revati. Why? And the way I'm connecting is just simply by looking at people's chart, them emailing me and saying, I have no support, none of this, I'm now alone in this country and all what's happening. So then you can see that when the daughter, when she waited for Brahma for an hour, which was already like a whole yug has gone, where men were in short height, she was the tall one. Let's say she was 7-8 feet tall. What happens is that now you are the person. Everybody's now kind of below you. They can't support you. You have to support yourself. So you will see that the Revati person will have to walk on a path where they'll have to do things by themselves. They will not get, because again, also if you look space, which is Pisces, naturally is dark, right? We see the sunlight, we see the blue sky, but if you go to the ether and it's dark, it's like there's no support, there's nothing. It's like you're becoming Brahma itself. And Brahma now has to create something for itself in that zone. So they have to be the one. They should never look for any support. If it comes, you're lucky. But if it doesn't, they have to do things on their own. They have to do their own sadhana to create their world, whether it's their business, whether it's their promotion, going to a different land, any place. Like, even though I know somebody very close to me who came from India to US on their own merits. They came from India. They came from pretty much no money, poverty, and they were here alone. And Revati is very strongly dominating in their chart, and they had to wash dishes. They had to do all these different things, and then they got a scholarship at USC and all that, and then they finally became something big. But they had to be that tall person, the daughter, where everybody's now looking at you for support. And even though you want support, they're looking at you to support them. So they support others. They don't get anything in return, And now, and the other thing I've also seen with the Revati in terms of like careers is dentist. I've seen dentist, and this is also because of the teeth were knocked out, right, by Rudra or Shiva. And so they work on those things. But other than that, every other theme also works out. Love for classical knowledge and literature, love for like poetry, spiritual poetry, and all of that. So of course, all those devotional factors are there. But I just wanted to give what I have seen. So that's my quick 60 cents.
Okay, great, Kapilji. I think it will be Dr. Pai next. Dr. Pai, you can take the lead here.
Yeah, I think Kapil has brought in some very good points. I will start with just giving a little bit introduction about what Revati means. Now, this word Revati comes from the root Sanskrit word, which means Revat or Revata. Now, what is Revat? Revat means somebody who has come from a wealthy or descendant from a wealthy family or a rich family, or who has descended straight from the clouds. That is what Revata means. So that is why this nakshatra is being considered to be associated with prosperity, abundance, plentiful. Also, it is about benediction. Okay, so that's why you say this is the wealthy star, because of the association with Revat. Now, this nakshatra, Revat, also is associated with a particular form of a white flower, which is called as the royal jasmine. There are other names also, you would know that as, it is the chameli, it is the mogra, or it is also, you can call it, what is the other name? Okay, you can also use narkesar, anything which is a fragrant flower, which usually happens in the autumnal season also. All crops which grow in the autumnal season, which means you can say the pumpkins, the celery, the kale, then you can think about radishes, beetroots, sweet potatoes, all of them are connected to this nakshatra. Okay. Now, this chameli or mogra or kunda also it is called, all kinds of fragrant flowers are associated with this nakshatra. So what I'm saying is this nakshatra has something to do with anything to do with mood boosters, any kind of essential oils which helps you to overcome stress, balancing your hormones, and also it's a natural remedy that you see for depression. And they also say jasmine has been used since time immemorial, even when you go to places where we used to call it for entertainment, people used to go something called as mujras. Mujras also, jasmine was used because it has got libido boosting qualities. So that is the reason this nakshatra is called a Mridhu nakshatra, which is soft, tender, komal, also it is called. Now, let's also look at what is Pushan, because he's the deity associated with this nakshatra. Now, one thing that Kapil also mentioned is this nakshatra is connected to 32 stars. The 32 stars can also be associated with the 32 pearly teeth. And that is why you see the association that you see with this nakshatra with Pushan, where his teeth were caked in by Veerabhadra and Mahakali. Okay, this whole episode is called as Daksha Yagna Bada. Daksha Yagna Bada means the first grand sacrifice, fire ritual that was done was Daksha, who was the first person to organize such a fire ritual. So there was a trouble in that fire ritual. Okay, so Veerabhadra and Mahakali. So there is other descriptions which are given in the Puranas. So it was said that Bhaga's eyes were plucked out. Then they also say Agni's hastas, Savitur's hands were chopped off. Bhrigu Rishi's, beard was pulled. Okay, and they also say Chandra was beaten black and blue on the face. Okay, so these are descriptions. So in that they say Pushan is an Aditya. He's the sixth Aditya amongst the 12 Adityas. So what does he represent? See, there are many names for Pushan, and that also explains to you what is Pushan's main merit. And this is something today I want to clarify, because many people who are coming to nakshatras, they believe that it is the grahas which rule the nakshatras. I want to clarify this once and for all. It is not the grahas which rule the nakshatras. It is kind of a blasphemy to say the nakshatras are ruled by the grahas, which means you cannot say Mercury rules this nakshatra. You have to always say it is Pushan Aditya who rules this. Why I'm saying that is, when we move from Vimshotri Dasha to any other Dasha, the planetary lordship is going to change. But the deity, the principal archetype, or what we say the tutelary deity of this presiding deity, they live in the heavens. So always make sure that whenever you're talking about nakshatras, we are talking about Swargaloka, which means we are talking about the real heavens. This is where the abode of the devatas is. But what we are trying to do is we are going into the mid heavens, which is where the solar system is, where we have the Rashi system. And we are trying to associate somebody who's a lord of the lower level, we are trying to associate with the lords of the heavens, which is wrong. Right? So I want to clarify, at the earth level, we have the Bhava Chakra, which is, the Bhugol, we say, the mood, the emotions are attached to the earth. Then at the mid heavens, we have the Rashi Chakra and we have the Navagraha Mandala. So this is ruling the mid heavens. Okay, so definitely you can say Rashi Chakra is ruled by the grahas. But the heavens, what we are talking about, these are the abodes of the divine gods which live in the heavens. So please do not make this, because I've had many people writing to me. I've also had many people saying that there are so many people who associate this with the Graha Lords. But when you do use the Vimshotri Dasha, you definitely use these Graha Lords to interpret and to understand the events that are panning out. But never say that it's the Grahas which rule the Nakshatras. Okay. Now, this nakshatra, the Pushya Aditya, is called as Adantaka. Adantaka means somebody who is without teeth. And it is said that because he has no teeth, he usually eats on a karamba. Karamba means it's kind of a porridge which is ground. When you are sick, in India, there is starchy rice which is made, which is ground and which is fed to people, because they are not able to chew it properly. Okay, because he cannot chew because he doesn't have teeth. Then he's also said his favorite sweet, there is a sweet flour cake which is given to Kushan. And that is usually done during Navaratra as well, which is called as Malpua. Malpua is a sweet flour cake, like a pancake. Okay, it's put in sugary syrup. That is also offered to Kushan. Then Kushan is also called as Agrani. Agrani means who is the foremost, who is glowing, who is rising, who is shining light. And that's why Revati Nakshatra is strongly associated with all kinds of livestock, and it is the agrarian wealth. Agrarian wealth is what you see with the cattle, goats, sheep, and horses. So that is your real wealth. In those times, it was this kind of wealth was what you used to think that that was real wealth. So that was the wealth that you see here. That's why he's called as Pushyanti. Pushyanti means the bountiful bestower. He also believes in the benediction. When you worship Pushya, you are trying to attract all kinds of wealth. He is also called as Urvarapati. Urvara means he is also the lord of the fields and the crops. Now, Pushyan Aditya is referred to as he brings the energy, the vitality into all kinds of herbs and crops. In the night, it is the moon which makes it medicinal, Aushadhyapati, but there is Uravapati, means somebody who brings the solar energy that comes into all kinds of fruit juices, vegetables, and all kinds of cereals and grains. They all come from Pushan. That's why he's called the nourishing form of the sun god, right? Then he is also called as Pashupa. What is Pashupa? He's the guardian of the flock and the herds. He's called also as a Gopala. Gopala means taking care of the cattle, the sheep. That's why he's a shepherd, the divine shepherd. He's the animal keeper of the gods. He's also the nurturer and the protector of all kinds of birds and animals. That's why Pashu Pa is also later on worshipped as Pashupati Nath, which is Shiva. In Nepal, in Kathmandu, he's worshipped as Pashupati Nath. Right? Then he also mitigates the risk that is there with obstacles that come in the path of people who are travelers. See, in those olden times, people used to go through, treacherous paths, and they had to go through forests where there are wild animals. There were dacoits, there were robbers. So they always used to make an offering of Malpua at the base station before they set foot into the forest, because forests where nobody knows, once you go into the forest, you could get lost, you could go into wild animals, or you could have dacoits or thieves stealing you and killing you. So they always used to worship this form of deity, which is Pushan. Okay, it's a form of Shiva as well, Pashupatinath. So he is the lord of safe travels. And in today's times, I believe if anybody wants to do some remedies, especially because this nakshatra is associated with cattle and Jala Tattva very strongly. Besides, it is also connected to Akash Tattva, which is ether element. I will come to that later on. But what Brahat Samhita talks about this nakshatra, where Vara Mihira says this nakshatra is associated with all produce which come from waters, which means it is aquatic products and creatures. That's why one of the symbols of this nakshatra is a fish, right? And then you see conch shell. Revata also means there is a special form of conch shell that you get, and that brings wealth inside your family. It's also used in Vastu Shastra as well. And this form of conch shell, which is turning from the right towards the left, is called as Dakshinavarti Lakshmi Shank. In the south, it is called as Valampuri Shank. So there, bringing this itself is bringing, like you're bringing in Revati Nakshatra's auspiciousness, abundance. So it is Lakshmi Shank. It's a particular form of Shank, which also is used. So conch shells. Then all kinds of, aquatic flowers and creatures. So which means you can say even pearl, coral, Then you can say a lotus flower. Lotus flower is favorite for Lakshmi as well. So you can offer lotus flowers to Lakshmi. Then in Bhavishya Purana, see, there are very few nakshatras in Bhavishya Purana which have been said that you can get victory and success coming from worshipping these lords with specific form of flowers. Okay. Now, the flowers are only very few nakshatras they have said. For example, Kritika Nakshatra. The other one is this Revati Nakshatra. Revati Nakshatra, it says white flowers. So Bhavishya Purana says you should worship Shiva or Pashupa, which means Moksha and Aditya, with white flowers. Then this nakshatra is said to also bring in connection with pearls, then traders, travelers, boatmen. Now, in our tradition of Hinduism, Sanatana Dharma, there is a belief system that after we die, there is a boatman, a symbolic boatman who comes and he's ready to ferry across your soul to the other side. And there is a mythical river that we have to go through. And that river is called Vaitirani. So this boatman is Krishnan. He is ready to ferry across all the souls who die. So he's talking about taking you from this birth and again taking you to the other side and bringing you back as well. So he's the ferryman. Okay, so that's why you see Vaitarani river, it says, flows through the southern banks of Yamaloka. So what happens? As soon as your stop comes, either you have to descend in Yamaloka and you should go, or you are taken ahead to Swargaloka. Okay, and so the main guy who ferries you, so he's the captain of the ship. So all boatmen, ferrymen, and all are symbolically connected to this. So Kushan is somebody who can help you to transmigrate to the other part. Now in the Rig Veda, that's why you see a lot of verses in Rig Veda are given to Kushan, where they say that he is the return of kind of light. He brings back the light. So it is said Gau. Gau doesn't mean only cows. Gau also means the ray of hope that comes in. And that's why Kushan in the solar astrology part of things, when you do the Rashi system, Kushan is associated with Libra, Tula, which means everything to do with your weighing of how much karmas you have accumulated. And that's why sun gets debilitated in Libra. So debilitation in Libra is a suggestion. It is not that it's weak. It's as though saying that the sun is kind of dying and there is rebirth that is happening. So Kushan is the one who actually helps you in your death and rebirth process. And this is very much understood by the process of saying anything that is going through Sandhikal, which means day and night, light and darkness, and then same things when you are changing Sankranti, which means you're moving from one sun transiting from one Rashi to another Rashi is called Sankramana or Sankranti. So these are very important time periods when you worship Kushan or Pashupatinath. Right? Now, there is a ritual in India. This usually starts what is called as Deva Shayani Ekadashi, which happens typically in June, July. This year it was on 10th of July. It happens in Ashada month, in the Shukla Paksha, which is the waxing phase of the moon. That's when they say Deva Shayani, which means for 4 months. It's called Chaturmas. 4 months, all the devatas are going to go to sleep. Vishnu goes to sleep. Shayana. Okay. So after 4 months, on 4th of November, he is going to rise up again. So these 4 months, which we say, which starts with Ashada Ekadashi in Shukla Paksha, then we go to Shravana Masa, Bhadrapada, Ashwinav, then Kartika Masa is when they wake up. So Kartika Ekadashi is when they wake up, when Vishnu wakes up. Now, why I'm saying that this is very important is these 4 months, usually there is no events that happen in India, like marriages are not done, any auspicious events are not done because Vishnu is sleeping. So when he wakes up, it is like Kushan is coming and energizing because it's called Kartika month. Kartika is when the sun is transiting in Libra. when all the devatas are sleeping, sun is transiting in Gemini sign. That's why it's Ashada. So from the lunar month of Ashada to Kartika, Vishnu is sleeping. That is why this nakshatra lord has been given to Revati, has been given to Pushya, because in solar astrology, in the Rashi based, Pisces is given to Vishnu Aditya. Vishnu is reclining on his bed of the serpent, Ananta Shesha. And there is a very important connection which Kapil has already mentioned. It is the birth of Balarama and Revati, as he mentioned in his story. They go to Brahmaloka. Her father's name was King Kakudmi. King Kakudmi takes his daughter to say, who is the best suitor for my daughter on the earth? Whom can I get her married to? When in Brahmaloka, they were there for a few minutes there. Brahma was in some important meeting. They said, please wait in Brahmaloka. And they gave him an appointment when he walked in. And he said, who is the best guy that I can get married to? He rattles out some names, King Kakudmi, that I would like my daughter to marry. I want your blessings. And Brahma starts giggling and laughing. He said, we are in a different plane altogether. You are in Brahmaloka. In Brahmaloka, even a few minutes you pass here, already there are 27 Chaturyugas have passed. Chaturyugas means totally when you add 27 into 4, 108 yugas have passed on the earth plane. So he said, right now Dwapara Yuga is happening and Vishnu has taken another avatar amongst the Dasha avatars, Krishna, and Ananta Shesha, on which he rests. He is also taken an avatar and is Balarama. So please go and get married to Balarama right away. Don't lose time. Leave right away. Now, as Kapil mentioned, when so many yugas have passed, the height of Revati must have been very, very tall. She was very broad. So when Kakudmi goes and proposes her to Balarama, who is an incarnation of Ananta Shesha. So Balarama takes his plow. That is it is called as his Ayudha, which is his plow. Okay. So he hammers her on the head and she is shortened. Her height is shortened. So you might also feel that there is some kind of hammering that you go through in this lifetime. Okay. Then there is another thing with this nakshatra that I have also seen is, of course, Kapil has already mentioned about the teeth and the dental problems. Then I have seen.
I just wanted to quickly add something to that teeth thing, and I'll let you continue. One thing you will see that some of quite a few UFC fighters and mixed martial artists have Revati. Okay, then you're wondering, like, why is it that these ferocious warriors, fighters, have like planets like Moon and Mars and Revati, and especially like Tamasic planets? And then you realize, instead of them being the push-on, they're the ones knocking the teeth of the other person. So that's when it made sense that it's not them receiving.
Yeah.
They're actually knocking the teeth. Now there are also cases you will see where there are even physical domestic abuse, like physical abuse towards a person, because when you look at the planets, you will see that certain planet becomes a giver, one planet is a taker, the other one is a protector, the other one is a nourisher. So once you see that, you will see that theme. So just wanted to quickly add that.
No, that's a wonderful point, Kapil, that you've added, because that is again what it brings me to this nakshatra. It's not only the association that I've seen with the Balrama and Revati. I've done videos many years ago. I found that this nakshatra is also very strongly associated with two other deities, which is Lord Shri Krishna and Jesus Christ. I'll also tell you why. Because if you see some of the things that Jesus Christ is also said to be the shepherd, we are all the sheep, and Krishna is said a Gopala, which means he's a cowherd. right? Just like Pushan. Then you say that in this nakshatra is associated with the timing. It's all about timing. And you're talking about, the time and all anomalies that are there with this nakshatra. So if you see, even in the time period of Jesus, he was called as Yeshu. That was his original name. People in India call him Yeshu, Messiah, okay, the prophet. And there is some themes you see with the fish as well. So he said he offered fish and bread. He broke the bread. What is the bread? It's about nourishment. That is one thing. He's called the shepherd. Okay, then you see, he brings in all of these themes about, teaching people. And what we said, Pushan is about the thing of the sun dying in Libra, symbolically, which means it is debilitated and it's resurrected. So if you really see, the whole cross and the symbol of the cross is also associated with nothing but the sun. We say he's the son of God. Who is God? God is like the solar energy, which is the Vedic solar deity, Pushan. So Jesus also died and he was said to be resurrected. So it is something very similar themes that you see with Jesus. And I also want to say there is, some research I was just doing. Nobody can say, about Jesus Christ and what nakshatra, but I feel that he is influenced by this nakshatra for sure. Okay, there is a video that I've also done on this many years ago as well, on how Jesus Christ, people who are worshippers of Jesus are called as Yesu Das as well. Like we have Krishna Das. Similarly, Yeshu Das means Isha. Jesus is like Isha. Anyway, now let's.
May I just, with what you and Kapilji are saying, just so I don't forget once, it's very interesting. You guys are hitting some very profound points that I hope the listeners deconstruct and think about in deeper levels, because even what Kapilji was saying about the burden of everything falling on the person, that's a very Christ-like theme, as a matter of fact, taking the cross on the back and sacrificing for everyone else. The other thing is the Sanjivani Vidya Shukracharya, the resurrection. So I'm going to be speaking at length about Shukra's Ucha point being in this nakshatra, and everything you're saying, Dr. Pai, this great yogi, we could call Jesus in this way, call him a great yogi. He demonstrated this Sanjivani Vidya, this resurrective power. So that theme is actually running through what you guys were both putting things together. The other thing with time, there's a really almost superficial point I want to bring forward that I've seen so many people with watch collections with Revati. It's very odd. So as soon as Kapilji started with the time thing, association with circular time too, which is just abstract, non-linear, all those kinds of different dimensions, just like Kapilji was saying. But there's also something interesting where I've kind of like noted on the side with the research papers that this many people are either collect watches, fix watches, like old watches, things like that. So something with this timelessness, which will, and time, this construct of time, which we'll all talk about, I'm sure, more in our own ways. But I just wanted to bring that point forward of the bearing the burden. That's a very big, you guys are connecting on that point. It's actually a very, as a theme that's running through.
No, I think that's a very good point that you mentioned. And I also wanted to say, especially Revati is connected to a form of Lakshmi, who's called as Dhanya Lakshmi. Dhanya Lakshmi, when you have to see a combination in a chart, if you see a combination of Moon and Venus coming together, that is Dhanya Lakshmi. And it is obviously, I know Evji probably will be touching on these points, where Venus is Lakshmi and Venus gets exalted in this sign at 27 degrees in the last pada, which is the Moksha pada. This nakshatra is about moksha. It's a Sattvic nakshatra. And I told you it is connected to everything which is produce of the water products, which means lotus flowers, pearls, gems, ornaments, all of this which is talked about, it's all about Lakshmi. So Moon and Venus will play a very important role when it comes into this nakshatra.
Well, as you're saying about wealth, Dr. Paiji, this is because in this material world, how does one get freedom? How does one get moksha? How does one experience that freedom? Because there's, moksha, you guys often hear me speak about the fact that we shouldn't be drawing these big lines that this is spiritual and this is material. I think that's really deconstructive to our understanding of of life. It's one of the ways that political versions of monotheism has kept us very separated, like this God's in the sky, damning you or blessing you when you're a good little boy or a bad little boy. This kind of thought structure is keeping us very divided from nature and from God being right here. Whatever that thing of God is right here in every cell, that intelligence. So if moksha, the infinite moksha, which everyone's referring to, which really can't be comprehended through the intellect, there's got to be a shadow of a shadow of a shadow of a shadow of that moksha, little forms of freedom everywhere, right? And we're all seeking that release. We're all seeking that, whether you're seeking spiritually, whether you're seeking materially, everyone's looking for actually the wine that is in Revati. And so on a very minuscule level, you could say like just the basic wealth, like money, having all that money where you can do anything in the world, that is a version of freedom. And so that's why there's where this Lakshmi comes into moksha in this way, in this very like material way. The more wealth a person has on this loka, for better or for worse. Not many people handle power great, but you can't judge it. You don't know what it is. There's a reason why that person may have all this spiritual thought and material thought. I want to just dissolve. So it is actually literally a form of Lakshmi. But it gives freedom. That's what we're really seeing. That's why the fourth house starts off the moksha houses. The fourth house is a major wealth giving house. And this is one of the wealth giving nakshatras. It's one of the big ones. Yeah.
That's very true. And then one more point, Evji, I wanted to add here. And this is a karmic life lesson for Revati Nakshatra. The karmic life lesson is they find all divine ways of making money. That's why it's about creating wealth. But that whole wealth creation itself is a chakra vyuha for them. Why I'm saying it is going to take you deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper into the center of the power center and making money. And that is why this nakshatra is said to be associated with Abhimanyu. He said it's the birth star. Okay, Abhimanyu knew how to get into the chakra vyuha, but he didn't know how to come out. That means we all spend a lot of our time in creating wealth for ourselves and going deeper into this materialistic realm. But we need Lakshmi. Laksha means aim, goal. If you make dhan, our wealth is our laksha, then we have only Dhana Lakshmi with us. But there are Ashta Lakshmis. What about the other 7 Lakshmis? There is Vijaya Lakshmi, there is Adi Lakshmi, there is Vidya Lakshmi, there is Santana Lakshmi, there is Gaja Lakshmi, Dhairya Lakshmi, courage. We are forgetting about all the other forms of Lakshmi. We are only made the wealth, Dhana Lakshmi as our goal. So Abhimanyu is said to have born in this star. Now, as per some traditions and some classics also, and especially in the southern part of India. Now, this might surprise all of you. This is also said to be the birth star of Shani Maharaj. Shani is being said to be born in such an auspicious Mradhu Nakshatra, Satvik Nakshatra, and it's about Chit Samadhi Krate. This is Venus Shukra is said to be Chit Samadhi Krate. So this is like giving you Samadhi. This nakshatra is taking you not into moksha, but it is taking you in the path of moksha. Maybe moksha you can get it in probably in future lifetimes, we don't know. But at least if you set the ball rolling in the path of going towards moksha, maybe in 2 lifetimes, 5 lifetimes, 10 lifetimes, 15 lifetimes, you will probably reach that goal, that destination. But nobody can say that when we'll reach the destination. but we have to look at the means. That is one thing. Then there is another deity which is associated with this nakshatra, which everybody has forgotten, and this is the main deity who can give you the resolution for this nakshatra, and that is also his birth star. So this deity's name is called as Ranganatha Swami. Okay, Ranganatha Swami, there is a temple in the southern part of India which was built by the Indian kings. It is called as Sri Rangam. Sri Rangam is the largest, temple or largest place of worship on this planet, because it is spread. See, this is the functioning temple. The largest place of worship on this planet, which is non-functional, is Angkor Wat in Cambodia. That's huge, that's massive, but that is not functioning. The largest functioning is Sri Rangam, Sri Ranganatha Swami. Ranga means colors. Who is associated with colors? Shukra. See, there are guardians of light and there are guardians of sound. Angirasa Rishi, who is Brahaspati's father, he is the guardian or the Sapta Rishi of the sound. That's why Mantra Siddhi, Vak Siddhi is all associated with Jupiter. But guardians of light is Bhrigu Rishi and his clan. Shukra is guardian of light, but he gives you color. That is why Shukra is associated with everything which is luxury. Why we are appreciating color. Otherwise, if you are like animals, we would see everything in black, white, and gray. So we have our cornea able to, appreciate beauty. Appreciation of beauty comes from the colors that we see. If everything was black and white, there is no appreciation. That's why Shukra is said to be associated with luxury, because he gives you the ability, Ranganatha Swami gives you the ability to appreciate. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. This is where this nakshatra is giving you that ability to enjoy life. You might have even, a $10 in your account, but appreciating that will give you that you are wealthy. It's not about real wealth in the bank account. That's why I want to say this nakshatra is also called as Antya. That's the name which is given, that this nakshatra, Revati, was also called as Antya, which means it is the last one. This is your final pit stop. Of course, you will go back on the track, but this is a pit stop for refueling and you go back again. And this nakshatra is also, people have forgotten, it's called Nidra. And Brahma is in Yoga Nidra and he's chanting all the 4, Vedas. So sometimes in silence, if you be in silence and Mauna Vrata, you will be able to tap into this nakshatra much better. Mauna Vrata. That's why, Shukra will help you in achieving that. Anyway, so, I think these are some of the points. One more point, final point I want to mention is the association with the elephant, which is a female elephant. This is associated with this. Okay. Now, if you see elephant is one animal which is associated with 2 deities in, the Hindu pantheon gods. One is Brahaspati. Brahaspati sits on an elephant. That shows, it's the largest land animal. That shows his knowledge, his source of information, enormous. And the other one is Indra. He sits on the Airavat. That shows his power and fame and recognition. So this is also associated with that. And finally, I want to say, the area that I feel this is associated with is Vishnu, especially in the form of Narayan. See, when people go through sudden ailments and akala mrityu, we were just before we started recording, Kapil was mentioning that, there are so many people who are dying at a very young age in the gym. They're going there and, people are dying at the age of 40, 42. So many in the last 3 months, he was saying there are 4 or 5 people that we know in India, young people dying, akal mrityu, we say. Now, why is this happening? That's a different topic. We will not discuss that. But this nakshatra, when somebody dies, when moon is transiting this nakshatra, it's called a Panchaka nakshatra. Panchaka Nakshatra and Revati, remember, with all the other auspicious things I've said, it is a Samhara Nakshatra, Laya Nakshatra, which means it's a Shiva's Nakshatra. Okay, it falls in the category of the Trimurti of Shiva. So the last two padas, even though we talk about, said Shukra is exalted, in the tradition it is called as Duritamsha Pada, the last two padas. Duritamsha means that is where you have to go through what we say, in even Christianity and other traditions, we talk about the final judgment. So Revati is the final judgment. And your final judgment is not done by God or Yama or anybody. In the spiritual tradition, they say it is you yourself as a soul is judging your life in your physical karma body. So you are passing the judgment because you are seeing your life and you're unbiased. You are now attachment with your physical body. Your physical body is over. So Shukra is helping you in that process of identifying your mistake. And imagine your own soul is giving you the verdict saying where this person has to go, this soul has to go. So it's very, for a deep spiritualist, it's a mesmerizing thing. There is no God who's standing there and it's not your final judgment. So this nakshatra, the last two padas are Duritamsha padas. And people who go through these four, the last 4.5 nakshatras, I would say, the two padas which fall in of Dhanishta in Aquarius, the 11th zodiac sign, Kumbha, that is the flowing water, and then the two fish. The two fish, they're swimming, in opposite directions, which means it is showing you a cyclical process of birth and rebirth. These two nakshatras are associated with Akasha Tattva. And who is the deity who controls Akasha Tattva? It is Narayan, Vishnu, Mahavishnu. So when somebody has Akala Mrityu, which means because of untimely death, because of suicide, dying in a road accident, or people who are dying out of, some out of age with some disease or an ailment after suffering, chronic ailment, then special prayers have been done for such people. And there is also, it is proposed that Garuda Puran is also read to them. Also, they say they have to get Narayan Bali, because he is the one who gives you liberation from your physical attachments and being here on the earth plane. He helps you to release that soul and helps you to go. So Narayan Bali. So Lord Vishnu is the main go-to person for this nakshatra, and for any nakshatras which are associated in Kumbha and Meena, you see Shiva and Vishnu avatars will help you in transcending that. Okay, so I think these were some of my points. One last point I want to say, this nakshatra is associated with all foods which are said to be superfoods, which have been declared by WHO. One such superfood is called as moringa. Moringa is what we call in India as drumsticks. This is a superfood, and many people in southern India, usually we call them, from Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, or Karnataka, Kerala. These are places where sambar is usually used more, and in sambar they put drumsticks. If you see, you go to the secretariat, in India, I don't know now the trend, but before it was all these tam-rams, brilliant people eating sambar. They don't eat any non-veg, vegetarian. They go and, they are the IAS officers, IPS officers, they are the secretariat, they run the whole country. The bureaucrats are all the moringa eaters. I'm not talking about anything with your food habits or anything, but what I've seen is moringa, because you are fed moringa all the, from your young age. Moringa grows very commonly in every backyard in South India. And sambar is their favorite thing. So very good with mathematics, very good with chess, playing chess, chaturanga, we say. So playing that, these are very good people who can logically analyze things. They're sequential, logical, they abide by the rules. So there is a connection with Revati Nakshatra with malnourishment and malnutrition. If we have to remove then use Revati, because Pushan is the lord of nourishment, nurturing, energy, and giving you vitality. So anybody who does a lot of work with related to these things, I think it's going to help them. One final point I want to make is this nakshatra is all about following the cosmic laws and regulations. Next to Varuna, it is Pushan who rules the department. Varuna is the king who, his way of trying to explain to people is brute force method. But Pushan is very nurturing, negotiating, counseling, advising. That is how he tries to resolve the problems that are there. So Pushan is very particular about following the road rules and regulation, because he's about safety of travelers. So that's why I see people who are breakers of road rules. I see Revati Nakshatra, if there is malefic influence, then these people are ones who get the tickets, the speeding tickets, the most, jumping traffic lights, accidents and things can happen. So you have to abide by the rules of the land. And finally, I keep saying finally, but I want to end this by saying these people are animal lovers. So people who are pet lovers, people who are, with animal husbandry, veterinary medicine, hospice workers, emergency, response services. I would also say people who work for orphanages, old age homes. This is all your pending karmas that is associated with this nakshatra. Okay, so I think that's a few of the points that I wanted to make related to this nakshatra. So thank you guys for having me. I think Eve G wants to go next. So Eve G, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paiji. Usually I have more time. I'm getting ready to go to India, interestingly enough, on the 28th, really, really early morning. So thank you. I might have to not stay the whole time. I hope I can. I will try. But yeah, many good points by both you and Kapilji so far. I really do hope. There were so many things that I was thinking. I was like, if someone contemplated some of the things that you guys were saying from various angles, you could actually put a lot together about this nakshatra from a spiritual perspective as well as a material perspective. I'm sitting here with a form of Mahadeva. I don't know if don't know what you're seeing. I don't know if any of you can see this form. But the classical form of Nataraj, Lord Shiva and his Nataraj, Lord of Dance, you could say, that most people see is something called Ananda Tandava Shiva. That's the first form. He's standing on one foot. It's his first pose. And this is the final one behind me. It's called Moksha Tandava. Sometimes it's actually associated with Ganga as well. But let's just stick with the simplicity. It's called the Moksha Tandav. And whereas the first form, he's Ananda Tandava, standing on, or performing the Ananda Tandava, standing on one foot, he's ending here in a nearly impossible posture, where both feet, actually, I'll just let you see, both feet are on the top, and he's supporting himself with one hand. And the back is bent in a nearly impossible way. Okay, so this is an interesting thing to enter this nakshatra with, is backwards, upside down. And you're going to see a lot of many abstract concepts coming into this nakshatra. Even though, to Dr. Paiji's point, which is very true, many times these people are having to follow very very regulated rules on the outside of their life, like supporting a family. And I'm going to get to this, but I used to call it the nurses nakshatra. I saw so many nurses, so many emergency room practice, people in emergency rooms, so many people, driving ambulances and all this, which it has a reason. But a lot of people that do have to follow these very regimented rules. However, inside of this nakshatra is something else. So the desire for freedom is so intense. It's so intense. Now, this can manifest in various ways. It can manifest in desire for wealth and desire for whatever someone is feeling freedom is. This can also result in addiction, okay? So Pisces Meena Rashi is known for that, for people looking for escape from the pressures of life. Really what it is the pressures of the mind. The intellect, Buddha is said to be Nietzsche and Meena Rashi, not this nakshatra, but in Meena Rashi. And you guys know me, I'm not crazy about this Nietzsche Ucha stuff in the way that it's usually practiced. But I do think in some way it has a value. The rishis were perhaps telling a story about the book of life. So looking for the escape, the key word, from the pressures of ordinary life, of the rules, regulations, all of this, looking for that freedom, that escape. Is it going to be in a glass of whiskey? Is it going to be through earning so much wealth that you don't have to be subjected to someone else's control? Is it going to be through sensuality of some sort? Is it going to be through luxury items, which Dr. Paiji so wonderfully said, this is a common nakshatra dealing with luxury items. Or is it going to be through spiritual pursuits? Or is it going to be through something else? This is a very common nakshatra. Now, I know people associate serial killers with the Bhadrapadas, but you're going to see a very low number. When you start actually doing it statistically, you will see a lot of Revati. Okay? You actually will see Jeffrey Dahmer Revati moon. Now, granted, it was conjunct Mangal in Uttarabhadra, it was. But it's Revati moon. He's born into the dasha that wakes up a Revati moon. Albert Fish. I mean, I could go down a list. Revati is looking for escape of the normal reality in some way. Okay, so it can seem very put together in the world, but you have to really look at what they're looking for. So this makes this nakshatra very interesting because it is, I'm going to, of course, take us in a turn, which is the way that I'm longing for freedom, perhaps, which is we are going to look at someone's chart with Revati. But briefly, I want to mention two things that, once again, I always pray that all of you are protected from my ignorance. Whatever ignorance I have, please be shielded from it. I only hope to provoke your intelligence. Okay, so please think about what I say. You don't ever have to accept it as true. But I hope it stimulates curiosity and that you don't just reject it. Look into it first, and then you can throw it in the trash if you want, if it doesn't work for you. So this is where one of the Gandanta points is, and each one of the Gandanta points are a negotiation or a struggle power dynamic with some major feature of life. Okay, so each one of these Gandanta points, and they should never be seen to be negative, they are points of great potential. Wherever there's a big knot of energy, there's tremendous Shakti, guys. Tremendous Shakti. More Shakti is in poison than it is in something like, dal and rice. Okay, more Shakti is in poison. That's why it kills you, or it kills most people. So the alchemy of digesting poison requires a certain kind of intensity, a certain kind of understanding, a certain kind of relationship with Shakti, let's say. So these Gandanta points, even though they're often so vilified and you hear all these bad, I mean, please steer away from that completely. Just like being born on an eclipse, all of these things give tremendous potential because the Shakti that's knotted up in them is potent. And whenever you get a tight, wound up ball of energy anyway, if you're having to undo something, you're going to release energy. Whenever you split something, there's a release of power, of Shakti. Okay, so these Gandanta points in some way are negotiations between two things that humans notoriously struggle with, but yet really fight to keep or fight to understand it. We're obsessed with those things in the Gandanta points, actually, for a deeper reason, So if you notice in the Vimshottari Dasha, both Ketu and Mercury are going to close that point. Okay, you're going to have Mercury with the, with the Ashlesha, Jeshta, Revati, and Ketu with the Magha, Mula, and Ashwini. So Revati, interestingly enough, if you think of natural 12th house, natural Meena Rashi, this is institutions, hospitals, all of this. Revati is in some way like the Pushan or the guide across the river, the one who takes you across is the person who's perhaps working hospice care, nursing. This is the nurses, this is the hospital, this is all the care at the end of your life. And this is emergency rooms, all of that. You could even say mental, places where people go for their mental healing. They're supposed to be healing there. We could argue 2 points, but that's what it's supposed to be for. Prisons, facilities like that. And so all the caregivers working in this have a big connection to Revati. This is also Thanatos, to Dr. Paiji's point. Thanatos, he was talking about the ferryman in Greece, but Thanatos in Greek philosophy, for lack of a better word, is the one who actually comes to take the prana out of the body. Yama, or Hades, sends this grim reaper, the image of the grim reaper. He takes the prana shakti out of the body and escorts it across the river, you could say. So this is where the Grim Reaper is standing over with the big sickle. Okay, so you've got the facilities where people pass away and the caregivers there. Then you've got the next nakshatra, Ashwini. So this Gandanta is the emergency room doctor, the one who may be able to save your life. This is where fate is really decided. And then the next nakshatra over is Bharani, okay, guys? So you can kind of see this is the death process. This Revati, Ashwini, Bharani is a death process. Shukra always follows Ketu in the Vimshottari system. There's always a resurrection of energy there, rebirth. Always following Ketu, the one that closes, okay? So the Vimshottari Dasha is very deep to study. From very many angles. And so if you kind of meditate on, if you just take a minute to look at this, you're dealing with the power politics of death and life in this Gandanta. It's actually the physical death. You guys were talking about a kala mrityu, the omen of that even before starting this. A kala mrityu, okay? So the power politics of this body being limited. Are you the body? This is the big question. Am I just the body? Revati is that which is to take you to the potential formlessness. So this is an interesting Gandanta point to meditate on because it can make really profound meditators, saints, things like that. It can also make people be so in tune with the intensity of life that they are looking for ways to completely escape. Okay, so this is the nakshatra in some way. It might be so burdened in its family responsibilities or whatever it is. In some way internally, there is going to awaken a need to escape the current situation. And this is nothing but a replica of that life and death. And look, Kapilji is caring for an animal. It's perfect, Revati. So
Yeah, I found a tick on him just now, so I was taking a tick out of him. So
yep, see, there you go.
Yeah.
Caring, he's the doctor right now. He's the
Yeah.
nurse.
Exactly.
So literally this nakshatra has this, I would really encourage all of you to meditate on, contemplate at least the urgency of that point of life and death that really is driving everything in this world, like people trying to protect themselves and conceal themselves from the elements and illness and all these things. It all comes from this hidden fear of death. It's just sitting there in all of us. Sometimes it even pushes the procreative drive when someone has like an addiction to say sex addiction, things like that. A lot, sometimes it can, the little root core of that can be some kind of fear. Okay. It can actually be fear that's driving that. Sometimes it's just pure sensuality and enjoyment. Other times it's other things. Now, Shani Dev being born here, the boon he asked for was to be the Lord of fear, to make all beings tremble. So it's very fascinating, this connection. Even Dr. Paiji said that Lankapati Ravana was born under Revati in the south. That's what they say. He's, what is he, Revati Jatam? He's born under Revati. So I know in the north, I think it's more common to say he's born under Mula. At least that's what I've heard. But it's interesting to contemplate this. So Revati is nourishing it as it is, as gentle as it is, and it is a Mridu Nakshatra, all of that. It does deal with this critical facing of mortality. Now, Shukracharya or Shukra is said to be Ucha here. And this is, as Dr. Paiji said, it's very sattvic, it's triple sattva guna. And it's, in this case, it's very fascinating because if you look at Shukra and you study his stories, and I've always said this, he's not passive. He's not passive. He's kind of the guy that you don't want on your bad side. Okay, his vengeance, he's known for his very extreme focus into tapasya, one-pointed focus. And most of this in the stories, I don't know if it's been twisted politically. This is the hard thing to know because the victor always writes the story. So we really don't know this whole thing with the Devatas and the Asuras and all of this. I really hesitate to say one's good and one's bad. And this stuff, I do not like a lot of this. I wonder sometimes how this has been spun. Okay. But just to think about it the way we know it. Shukra, he hangs upside down. Okay, the upside down Shiva. Now he hangs upside down inhaling smoke. And this is, not only does the planet Venus, the actual planet, it's humid and it has reverse poles, okay, literally. Not only that, but there's yogic practices in the Yoga Shastra that deal with the upside down asanas. Okay. And in order to really become a mystic or an adept on the path in Sufi traditions or mystic traditions, you have to go upside down. You have to reverse your view of, let's say, reality, of linear thought, of rationality. Some of these people appear mad. These people with supernatural abilities, like Santhip ji, you were at the conference and I was talking a lot about this, these supernatural abilities. So there is this supernatural potential, let's say, in Revati. And that's even why it gives siddhi or attainment in the material world of some sort, whether it's beauty, whether it's luxury, whether it's wealth, whatever it is. Because it's giving some extraordinary attainment. So Shukra has something to do with this ability to attain union with something extraordinary. because Shukra is one of the Jnana Karakas, we should pay attention to that. There's 3 Jnana Karakas out of the Grahas, Budh, Brahaspati, and Shukracharya. They're all different ways of gaining Jnana, knowledge. Now, Shukra specifically deals with gaining knowledge through union, through becoming. So in the conference I was speaking, just not to be redundant for those of you who are there, but it's important because the kind of knowledge Shukra gains is critical. It is the real form of knowledge. Until you become something, it's not yours. It's not gyan. It's not knowledge. Just because you read it, it does not belong to you. So until you eat food and that food becomes one with you, you don't know what it is to eat food. You could read all the books in the world. Little Mercury could educate you through information. In telling you what, this food tastes like and that food tastes like and what color it is. And sure, you would have information, but in the end, you're going to have to eat the food. That's how you know what the food tastes like. That's how you gain the knowledge of the food. So it works that way, even being with a lover. How do you know what it's like to be with a lover? You can philosophize about it. Even Adi Shankaracharya had to go into the body of someone who had been with a lover in a certain famous story to explain that, to understand. Anyway, so you can look up the story, but he had to have that memory of what that was. He had to have that experience. Because as a brahmachari, what does he know? And if he can even admit that, now what kind of humility should we have when we haven't experienced something? How do we know? So Shukra represents that one pointed focus on, that desire, I should say that desire for union so intensely you're willing to die for it. And when you see the lives of mystics, there's these mystics that have that attitude. Now, Revati embodies this kind of mystic. They're not always the religious type. They're not always the one that they may be a little drunk, let's say. Now, this brings me to another point with Shukra's Ucha point being here. The Brigu lineage. And where does Brigu get his massage by Lord Vishnu in the famous story? The feet. Okay. He's going to curse Vishnu in a fit of rage. Arrogance, actually. And his last remaining arrogance was in his feet, in the path that he had tread, in his drunkenness of his attainment. The final bit of arrogance is at the end of your path. And if you look, we're always bowing to the master's feet, to the guru's feet, to the Devata's feet, the Devi's feet, the famous Ma Tara's feet in Tarapit. You see these beautiful feet that everyone shows. And she is the one that takes across the ocean, actually. She is the Mahavidya that takes one across the ocean of samsara, of suffering, and liberates, drowns you in the ocean of formlessness. So this mystery of formlessness exists here. And Shukra being Nietzsche, many of you heard me say this so many times, I won't go into detail with it, but the Chitra point of Nietzsche is nothing but being debilitated in form. So-called debilitation. We're all debilitated Shukra. All of us are. It's not, oh, this person has debilitated Shukra. All of us are in form. Shukra, the feet. He's Ucha in the feet because Shukra is transport. Shukra rules cars, and in Jyotish, classic Jyotish, horses, transport, even the reproductive fluid that transports the genetic code. Okay, so Shukra is always associated with transport. Look at Parsurama. Okay, he had this, I don't know if many of you know this, but he had the siddhi or the attainment to move between any world at lightning, speed of thought. So he could go to any world. Okay, so there's two powers here, siddhis, attainments. There's Shukracharya Sanjeevani Vidya, which is the power to resurrect. And that's a very deep contemplation in itself. The power to resurrect the dead, which is probably birth as well. So you think of this Gandanta point again, culminating in the energy of Bharani, which is the uterus and being reborn, death and life. Once again, everything in this area, those 3 nakshatras, is all death and life. So, so there's the power of resurrection, which does happen through rebirth. A natural occurrence of Sanjeevani Vidya is nothing but birth. Then there's the what we consider the supernatural side of that, which also exists, which is nothing but part of nature. But then you also have this ability to move between worlds, non-linear, abstract, move between time travel, all of those concepts, okay? So Parsurama had that ability. It's interesting. And for any of you with Revati, you might find Yoga Vashisht an interesting read, okay? Now, for those of you who are more bhakta oriented, it might not be your favorite book. I'm pretty fluid. For me, like most of you probably consider me very devoted, which would probably be my first attribute, but I actually rather enjoyed, especially in the past, many of those kinds of reads, those books. And Yoga Vashisht is interesting. It's a lot to digest. But there's a quality to it that I would say is Revati, as is quite Revati. And the concepts I'm trying to embrace here with Revati is that as much as it deals with a linear function, it's actually deconstructing form and deconstructing architecture. So it is that final taking out of the breath and releasing you into the ocean, whatever that ocean is. It is the actual mystic's wine that the Sufis speak about. So anyway, I wanted to show you guys just before I close. I'm going to share a few things on my screen. I wanted to show you one way to use the nakshatras. I don't think I've ever done this, and I feel like what Dr. Paiji was saying. Okay, I don't know what you guys can see and what you can't see. You should be able to see
your entire screen. Yes. Yeah.
You can see my entire screen, or
yeah, you can just maximize that window. Then we can see that window. Whatever you want to maximize.
Okay, I have wanted a few things up here.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Can you see the chart?
Yeah, I can see everything on your screen actually.
You can see the rishi or the sant here.
Yes, yeah, yes.
His name is Tajuddin Baba. Okay, Tajuddin Baba. Okay, and I wanted to show one way to use the nakshatra lords, and this one has a Revati example, because to Dr. Paiji's point, yeah, these are not the rulers of the nakshatras. And I know the Pai team, we've been saying this for a long time. But also, I want to kind of gently confront the over-reliance of Rashis to interpret Vimshottari Dasha, because it's not a Rashi Dasha. It's not. And I feel this whole time been doing nakshatra videos, perhaps I've never shown this. And so it's just a small thing. And there's a reason why the rishis assigned dashapatis. So I'm just going to strictly rely on the dashapati and show you a few events in this person's life. But this is an example of, this is just a website if any of you want to read about his life. This is in Hindi, but I think it has a translate thing. I'm not sure. You can find other things. I just thought this one was better. This achigyan.com. It actually is like a really detailed biography for those of you who can read Hindi. Then the other, like the Wikipedia page, is okay. It's okay, but like more of his stories are here. So this man was known. We'll just take a look at him for a minute. He was known for naturally occurring supernatural events, meaning he was not just working miracles to improve, to prove anything. I mean, it wasn't like one of those guys. He wasn't collecting a crowd. As a matter of fact, he was running from the crowd. So just to honor him, I'll tell his brief story. He was born into, a normal household, pretty much. I mean, he lost his parents early. We'll look at that, things like that. I mean, some pretty traumatic things early. But he was raised by grandparents, went to school like everyone else, but couldn't concentrate. And they thought something was wrong with him. So this is that thing of the inverse quality. His intellect was not his strong suit. So everyone, of course, thought that he had a learning disability. And at that time in India, I don't think it was so PC. It wasn't politically correct like we are now. So I'm sure they said some crueler things, which I've read, but they really just thought he was hopeless in school. And what was strange is he met a saint at a certain age, another sant, a Sufi sant. And in meeting this sant, he was able to focus just enough to get through school, and he learned languages. He could learn languages for whatever reason. And then his grandparents put him into the army, of all things. Okay. Of course, he started going into samadhi. It was just this is an example of a naturally occurring. He wasn't trying, he wasn't doing anything for it. It must have been from the previous birth. And Revati is very empowered somehow by the most recent birth. I mean, you think of the 12th house, we often talk about the previous life being in the 12th house somehow. Even though it's our end in this life, it also becomes the seat of some of that. So he, long story short, he ends up being completely what they call God intoxicated, or a must. And the British are in India at this time. And he started collecting crowds, because miracles would happen around him. He didn't want it. He didn't like it. So he figured out to walk around naked. People would think he was insane. They would put him in an insane asylum at the time. And these were real bad places. These mental institutions at this time were really horrific places where they would do all kinds of things, even punish it's really not really a good place. But he would rather be there than have people follow him around. So he would take off his clothes and walk in front of the British. And of course, they think he's a madman and put him in the insane asylum or the mental institution. So he he couldn't really hide these occurrences. Like, they would have the guys carry bricks at that time, the people in the institution. They'd be carrying bricks to, I guess, to put in some furnace. I as much as I follow. And the bricks, they'd just be floating over his head. He'd be carrying them, but they would also be, the guards they wouldn't know what they were seeing, because they were just like, it's like he was carrying it on his head, but they would notice there was a space, like it was levitating over his head. And so they just started thinking something was strange with this guy, so they kind of leave him alone. And then they noticed that he was getting out at will. Like, he could unlock his door. He could just walk out the door and come back in, and it would be locked. So they didn't know how he was getting out. They couldn't figure it out. And eventually, one of the Maharajas in the area noticed his divine qualities and said, look, we know you're putting yourself in here because you don't want to be messed with, don't want to be dealing with these crowds. So you can stay. I'll give you a place to stay. And even then, he was a little unruly, with a lot of these mystics. They don't follow the religious rules. But so there's a lot of stories that evolve out of that. But Tajuddin Baba is his name, and you can look up more stories about him. Now, his chart, just to show you guys, that's the, okay, you can still see the screen, correct?
Yes, we can, yeah.
You can see the chart?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, great. So we're immediately seeing Shukra on the Lagna, guys. And so when I talk about Shukra being a big part of the mystics path, you're going to see this. You'll see a Nietzsche Shukra. It's not about the Rashi it's in. It's not about this or that. It's just some very strong influence, okay? So don't get hung up on all these so-called strength rules. I don't think, and I say this with humility for all of us, I don't think we really understand what the rishis were saying. I'm not sure we have the capacity, guys. So we need to approach this with our heads down. Speaking of feet, we need to approach this with our heads down and not be so concrete that we really know what this is. It's a very divine thing that we're looking at. I'm just not so sure we're understanding it always. So bear with me. So if you see, he's born into Budh Dasha, right? Because he's Ashlesha moon, conjunct Ketu in the 8th. So for those of you who, worry about that being like a bad nakshatra and all of that, I mean, he definitely went through things, but once again, the supernatural ability in the amount of Shakti in these so-called dreadful nakshatras and poisonous places is tremendous. So please never look on it as bad. Throw that word out. Okay, so he's born naturally into Budh. Now, one technique, and I'm not making this up, Rishi Parashara says to look from the Dashapati. Okay, so at birth, everyone has their moon awake. Rishi Parashara is giving us a hint of how to use these dashapatis. Everyone has moon awake because you're born out of a mother or a womb. And it's your Janma Nakshatra. It's what you're subjected to. Birth, we're subjected to birth. You can't negotiate with your parents. You can't debate with them when you're a baby. Okay. Whatever they want to do to you, they can do. Okay. He's letting us know the reason moon is Janma, very much out of our reach, at least once we're born. Who knows what's happening before in the other state, but once we're born, our body is in our little being is very subjected to whatever our parents want to do. So everyone has moon awake at birth, from the first nourishment, the mother, all that stuff. So if you look, naturally, Mercury, Budh, wakes up the moon. So this tells you immediately 2 + 2. It shows you what these rishis were trying to illumine about the dashapatis. You're not born into moon dasha, not everyone's born into moon. So why am I going to look at the nakshatra only of the nakshatra of the moon? I'm going to look at the nakshatra of the moon because of the dashapati. That's the generative force. He wakes up the sleeping nakshatra, you could say. Okay, so Budh is, of course, in Shravan. So we're going to take Shravan, but that's not going to be the strongest influence. The strongest influence is going to be anyone sitting in Budh's nakshatra. Please, this is an important technique. Very simple, but it's actually important. This is why Rishi Parashara says to look at the 2nd and the 12th house from the Dashapati. He actually speaks about the placement of the grahas from the Dashapati, but all I ever hear people mention is the Lagna. And then and then the Rashis, overcompensating with Rashis. And I'm just trying to gently help because for those of you who are better researchers than me or that are more intelligent than me, maybe you'll take this and discover a deeper secret. So consider this. Don't throw it. You're not born in the Vimshotri, okay? You're not born into the Rashi Pati of your moon. You're not, it's not the Lord of the first. So why are we saying, oh, I'm in Mars Dasha and it rules my 3rd house? I'm just suggesting that we need to look at why he assigned the Dashapatis to the nakshatras and what happens in the time period, okay? Now, who else is Mercury going to wake up? If moon, look who else is sitting in a Mercury nakshatra, Mangal. So at birth, this man not only had moon with Ketu, right? He had moon, but Ketu's there. It's not the same nakshatra, but it's there. It's an influence. Moon woken up in Ashlesha, but he also had this Mangal in the 3rd woken up. So when moon and Mangal are awake at birth, what happens? In this case, and we're talking about Revati being the negotiation with life and death and hospitals and emergency rooms and all of this, and it's Mangal, right? So he almost didn't live in his birth. He wouldn't cry. And so they tortured him to make him cry. This is Mangal. This is nothing but Mangal awake at birth, especially in the third. Because for those of you who know Jyotish deeply, third house is a house of instruments, tools, and weapons. So he's third from the Dashapati, Budh, who's Mangal sitting in the nakshatra. He wakes up with the moon. Tajudan doesn't cry. He doesn't cry. And he gets tortured to cry, and it left the scars permanently on him. His mother and father die in an accident. Akala Mrityu. Who is Akala Mrityu Pati? Mangal? Anyone else? I'm just saying, guys, just take a look at this way, because Mangal is sitting in Revati. Okay, so this tells you more about that Revati being emergency rooms, especially if Mangal comes into Meena Rashi. I used to see this very, very commonly with emergency room workers. Very common. Mangal in Pisces and Mangal in Revati very commonly as well. Like Moon, Mangal conjunction in Revati, things like that, people working with emergencies. But this is that negotiation with life and death. And very fascinatingly, it's his amatya as well, if you want to use the Charakarkas. It's Ucha in the Navamsha, which for those of you who did attend the conference and hear, Mangal is a very big, important player in yogic attainment, you could say, the ability to go on that path, because it requires such streamlined concentration of energy. So of course he's born into a dasha where Mangal is imprinted somehow. And this is where those of you who have gone through trauma, please rest your heart here that very beautiful things can come out of trauma. Oh my God, Kapilji is with Togi, with Laddu Baba. He appeared when I said beauty. So, but very beautiful things can come out of trauma, just like those of you who have come back from death. Speaking of some people with us here, our dear Laddu Baba, actually. So those of you who have come back from death, yeah, he's shukra now. But guys, I'm going to hand it over actually to our dear Laddu Baba. But, Laddu Baba, you can even talk about this, that, people who come back from these places, when they do want to come back, it's not because the experience was bad. It's because they had a purpose here, right? So anyway, he had an experience of that at birth. This is that classic Mangal, Revati, all of that stuff. So guys, I wanted to show you this. And for those of you who want to take a screenshot of events here and then look through the chart, I'm just going to leave that there for a minute. So anyone who wants to study this with the events, I do have it set to synodic year because that is astronomically linked with moon, not even astrologically. It's not because of my intuition. It's because astronomically is linked with the movement of the moon, the lunar year. Okay, guys, so I'm just isolating this mechanically to being a lunar dasha. That's all I'm doing, because the Rashis are clearly solar. Okay, guys, so wanted to share that, and we'll hand off to Laddu Baba.
I know, Dr. Pai, you have to leave.
I'm leaving in another few minutes. I just wanted to probably add a few points. That was brilliant what Evji brought about. Now, this is my observation. I want rest of you to look at this very, very key point, which came to my mind, and I wanted to share with you guys before Aditya starts. Okay, now, Revati is the nakshatra which is associated with Shukra Karma, because Shukra gets exalted there. Now, what you actually have to know, like what Evji said, that in the southern part of India, they say Revati is also associated with Ravana, is also called as Dashanath. Now, if you look at the Shukra Karmas that are there with any clan, which is Shukra is nothing but Bhargava curse. There is a curse of Bhargava. Bhargava is nothing but Bhrigu Rishi. Now, the first thing that I wanted to say to you is Bhargavas have a curse related to their eyes and their feet. Okay, now let me give you an example. Bhrigu Rishi, Evji already said, there was an eye of arrogance, which is what was in the feet, with Vishnu removed. Then in another incarnation of Vishnu, which is Vamana Avatar, Shukra got his eyes punctured. So do you see there is a connection with eye in the feet and real eyes? Now you have to know there is a Tanmatra. Tanmatra, there is 5 Tanmatras. In the Tanmatras, Rupa, which means of light, that is affected with Shukra. So the Tanmatra, in the Tanmatra, the Jnanendriya, which you can see something is Rupa, light, is seen from the eyes. So that is affected, there's a curse there. Then the Karmendriya associated with the Rupa, light, is feet. So these two areas you will see Shukra karmas coming, which means there would be some problems there. Now, other thing I would say is Revati, because Shukra is connected to this, Shukra also has a karma related to, as we see, Bhrigu lost a part of his eyes in his feet, that is his arrogance. Shukra lost one of his eyes in the Vamana Avatar episode. Ravana is known to have given all his body parts in the fire so that he can appease Shiva. Jesus, I said, Revati, where he had to go through physical abuse, where he was crucified, and that is like the epitome of pain that a physical body can go through. Similar, like Ravana, who was chopping off each of his heads, removing the skin and throwing it into the fire. That is, called Kandamanda Yoga. That was his way of appeasing. That is the intense form of yoga that he was doing. So you can see all of this is something connected to some body part. Eyes, feet, and some body part being lost, which is connected to Revati. Now, the other thing that I wanted to say is this nakshatra is connected to Mridangam and Veena or Sitar. This is the remedy. If you see, one of the greatest sitar players, which is Ravi Shankar, born in 1920, you go and look at his chart, you will see in his chart that he has ascendant and his sun is in Revati Nakshatra. Right? Revati is connected to Veena. Shiva was a greatest Veena player and his greatest devotee, Ravana, was one of the very greatest Veena player. Veena is a remedy. Veena or sitar is a remedy. Stringed instruments, especially like guitar, veena, and sitar are great remedies for this. Then the last thing I wanted to say is it's connected to what is called as mridangam. What is mridangam? The word Sanskrit word mrit, which means is clay, hardened clay. Angam means limb. And this form is, if you see, the favorite deities who like to play the mridangam is Ganesha. Ganesha always likes to play the mridangam, and the other person who, deity who loved to play the mridangam, and Shiva did the Tandava because she was talking about Ananda Tandava. Evji mentioned she's got a image of Ananda Tandava. Who was doing the mridangam then? It is Nandi Keshwara, who is his bull. So he was playing the mridangam as Shiva was doing the Ananda Tandava. So mridangam is called as a Deva Vadyam. Deva Vadyam means it is divine. So when you see any Tandava, you see Shiva places hand drum, Damaru, and Nandi is playing his mridangam. So these are the best remedies. So listening to music, instrumental music of Veena, stringed instruments, and mridangam can help you in resolving some of the problems. Another thing I would lastly end this session by saying, the way that you can associate yourself with the Akash Tattva. Akash Tattva is associated with flowers. See, every Tattva, you have to see that there is, like for example, Prithvi Tattva is Gandha. Gandha means fragrance. Okay. Then we say Gandham Samarpayami. Then if you have Rupa, which is light, Tanmatra, Then you say Deepam Samarpayami, Pushpam Samarpayami for this. Okay, so you can offer flowers to pacify the influence of Akash Tattva. And the last thing I want to say, the bird which is associated with this, which was also with Lord Shri Krishna, was peacock, Mayura. Mayura can help you because Mayura is Akash Tattva. Okay, like Ganapati's Vahana is the mouse. Mouse is associated with Prithvi Tattva, and Subramanya, Murugan, Kartikeya, his Vahana is peacock. It's Akash Tattva. So Akash Tattva can be controlled by keeping a picture of Murugan with the peacock. And peacock is a great imagery that you can help with the Akash Tattva. Remember I said this nakshatra is associated with Akash. So anything that you want to heal with Akash, you can help with flowers. Making, giving flower-related remedies to deities, and again keeping a picture of a. Don't keep peacock feathers. Krishna used to keep it. I told you Krishna is associated. That is for protection, but it is a national animal of India, and please do not try to, because then we will be really endangering the species. So please keep pictures of the elephant, pictures of if you can't keep the vadyam, which is veena, you can also keep Saraswati with veena as a picture in the house. That can help you to combat the challenges that are there with this Akash Tattva. Okay, so with that I have to scoot. I've been getting so many calls. I have to go somewhere and I'm already late, but it was brilliant. Thank you.
Dr. Paiji, just quickly, I think music in general, I think you just nailed, that's a very good thing to say, but seriously, Akash Tattva, that's all music.
Yes,
Akash
Tattva music, but
like ghazal, bhajans, I'm just thinking also, like I have seen numerous Qawwali singers, because it involves poetry as well, kavi.
Yes.
So we can get anything that involves kavi and music, sangeet.
There are two things I want to say. In Carnatic music, vocal, the Carnatic music is incomplete without mridangam, and it's called ghatakam. Ghatakam is like they use literally a pot, a hardened clay pot, and they use that. It's called Daiva Vadyam. Daiva Vadyam means Shiva himself is impressed with that, listening to that, because he starts his cycle of creation and dissolution as well. So anybody, because this is the last nakshatra, it's called Antya as well. Today we talked about, you also said about seeing how many, serial killers are associated with this nakshatra. That is Antya. Antya means is Yama. He's also called Antya. I want to liberate you. He wants to give you, release. So that is also the other side of this nakshatra. Anyway, but I wanted to share this with you. Shukra karmas. Please start looking at Shukra karmas in the chart, and you see Bhrigurishi, Shukra, then Ravana, Jesus Christ. All of these had some physical pain that they had to go through and suffering that they had to go through. Okay, and the same thing you see in the Shia sect as well. There is certain forms of Muslims who like to beat themselves. That is also kind of a Shukra karma they are trying to. They use weapons and blades to actually then, their back is actually being, shivered. And also you have seen with Murugan, people like piercings in their tongue and things like that. That is Shukra karma. They want Mars is used as a way, using weapons, blades, sharp objects. You are trying to combat your Shukra karmas by using Mangal as a way to combat that. Anyway, these are my points. I know there might be other opinions in the panelists, but I want to take your leave, and it was such a wonderful gathering. So thank you very much, everybody. Namaskar. Bye bye.
I think now it's Aditya. So Aditya, you can go ahead. I think you're on mute, Aditya.
Before that, Evji, can you put that chart? Because wanted to say something, then Dr. Pai had to leave, I know. So
let me just get it again.
yeah.
Yeah, you should be able to share screen now. Try now.
Yes, I'm just pulling up the chart. Okay, Tajuddin. Here he is. Where is my share screen? Oh, there it is. Okay. I will also share.
This is good for research. I thought maybe we can wanted to look into those. So here it was. It said moon is in Ashlesha. So moon is in Ashlesha. This was a chart you were saying. The moon is in Ashlesha. So Mercury is the one planet from put it in the Lagna, and then you said a third is the Mars. Correct? That's what you were saying.
So it wakes it up. Just like
So
it wakes, everyone has moon awake at birth. The concept is
correct.
giving us 2 + 2. He's just not saying it's 4. He's expecting you to know that every single one of us is born into the nakshatrapati of our moon. And sorry, dashapati. There's only one nakshatrapati, that's Chandra.
Correct.
So then you dashapati. So every single person is born into the dashapati of their moon, because moon has to be awake for all of us for Janma to happen. But then as you move dashas, we need to look at the same thing. Yeah.
So Mercury becomes the first dashapati of this person at birth. And then you were trying to say that because the third house has got Mars, so what was your point?
From the dashapati, that's tools, instruments, weapons, all of that. He would not cry as well. So it's very interesting when you get a combination of certain nakshatras, those people who are more silent, actually Monavrat and all of these things. He didn't say a lot. There's no discourses. There's no anything from him. He was just naturally occurring kind of miraculous things around him. And the things he did say were very simple, to the point. Everyone has this misconception of Rahu Mercury being, this. No, Rahu actually can make a very spiritual person. I really want to drive that home. If you look, this is very close to an eclipse.
Correct.
If
yes.
It's not an eclipse, it's very close. So once again, we've got an eclipse birth. We've got 2 nakshatras of the Gandanta points. They're not exactly Gandanta points, but they are 2 nakshatras of Gandanta points. Okay, and that's important because there's a tremendous potential in those. Tremendous Shakti. So whenever I see things like this, like born on an eclipse, and many grahas are involved, right? You've got Mercury pulled into it. And so, yeah, this would be the imprint of Janma, is the Dashapati, would be the imprint of your birth.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. What was...
Yeah, and like you can look at Ketu here. Let's go to the next Dasha. And so why? Okay, so what's happening with Ketu? When did he go into the army? I'm just going to make this bigger. Look at that. Mercury is waking up Mangal again. Ketu Mercury, he joins the army. I mean, it's just incredible. It's actually incredible if you go through this way. You're just, there's no debate. Like, to me, it just seems like it flows. It's not like it's simple. It makes it more simple where you're not having to jump around the chart and say, this rules the third, and this is, it's just very simple. He goes into the army. And if you notice as well, Shukra goes 6th, okay, from the Dashapati. It's very interesting to observe the house the moon goes into from the Dashapati, where the Lagna, also the Lagna, where the Lagna is going from the Dashapati. And Shukra is always union, okay? So any of the grahas from the Dashapati is always, Shukra is always going to be a form of union. So he's got the Lagna and Shukra in the 6th from Dashapati, and he's got Mangal getting woken up at a certain point in that Dasha, and he goes into the army. It's just simple. It's just simple.
Yeah. This is a normal technique which we also use, any planetary analysis. Yeah, I also use that.
We should be using. And so we can just look at Shukra real quick, which reinforces his chart from the Lagna, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And so
it's interesting. In the events you mentioned, Venus Mars was when he became must after the association with Sufi Sant. So Mars again getting activated, as you mentioned.
Yeah, very interesting. Revati, he became drunk. See, Revati has to do with that divine wine, that music. He became, where do you get drunk as a saint is through the nod. There's actually a yoga shastra, Nada Bindu, and it's a drunk. I mean, look at it, it's in his heart. It's in the fourth house. It's in his cycle. And so everyone thinks Mars is this bad guy, but actually he concentrates all the energy. So see, there's nothing in a Mangal nakshatra. You notice that? So what happens is that the nakshatra that Mangal is in gets just wide, gets more activated. Not all the Mercury nakshatras, please don't make that mistake, but just because Mangal is sitting there, the other thing that will happen is the Chara Karaka will get activated. So Mangal is his amatya, his life purpose, what you people call career. You look at his Navamsha as well, it's Ucha in the fourth, in the house of the heart. So, I mean, this was a mystic saint, a sant. And he loved Quali, he loved music, he loved ghazals and things like that. There's a story about him with, it's not Begum Akhtar, but it's one of the famous ones where she's very prideful about her voice. And she comes in, she won't sing in front of him because she thinks he's like a beggar. He won't take care of his, little does she know that even the Maharaja bows to his feet. She didn't know that. I can't remember which one of these queens of ghazals it is, but it's Begum Akhtar, maybe. I maybe she was, I can't remember. Anyways, so she wouldn't sing in front of him. She wouldn't sing for him at first request, and he took her voice. Like on the spot, she couldn't sing. So there's a famous story about that, because when she comes and humbles herself in front of the fakir, right? The beggar who has the world at his feet, because he's discovered the internal, the treasure, the real treasure that no one can take from you. Right? He's discovered that immovable thing, that real wine, the wine that never wears off. You can drink whiskey, but this other wine, it's not compared. It can't compare it to wine, this wine of this earth to that. So anyways, he takes her voice just to remind her. So she comes back and she sings for him. But anyway, he, very interesting thing with Mangal and the way people think of Mangal. But yeah, so Togiji, I mean, it's real clear. He got his life purpose as soon as that Venus Mangal came into action. His amatya, whatever his profession, he was known, and he became getting known. And then if you see his Ketu, okay, look, his Ketu's in the 8th. Okay.
Correct. Yeah. Ketu moon. Yeah.
It rules. Yeah, it's a very interesting planet to think about in his chart, Graha. Okay, but it's in Jupiter. It's in Guru Nakshatra. He's admitted to the mental asylums at that point when he enters the Shukra Ketu.
Oh, okay.
It's just fascinating. I'm saying to just study it, because that 8th house comes into play. His miraculous, he was known to have, like the Ashta Siddhis they talk about. Ashta Siddhis live in the 8th house, actually. So when we talk about Ashta Lakshmis, there's Ashta so many, right? There's so many of the Ashtas. Usually they're associated with Siddhi, attainment of some sort. That 8 is very, so you'll see if you go through, his fame grew in the Surya Rahu. Okay, so Surya Rahu, who's in a Surya Nakshatra? And it's in the first from the Dashapati. It's in the Kendra from the Dashapati, Rahu himself.
Correct.
Okay, so you see this? So Rahu is awake the whole Surya Dasha. Now, I do use the 8 Karaka system. I know many people do not, but it would be his Atma Karaka if you use that system, okay? If you use that system, and it's in the Kendra with Mangal, his Amatya, which is a major yoga, by the way, in the Navamsha. So it wakes up the Prithvi Tattva as well in the Navamsha, which has to do with your role on this earth. Your role in the material, it materializes. You'll see even like Paramahansa Ramakrishna has an Ucha Mangal in the Lagna. You've got to have some of that Bhumi. You've got to be able to affect Bhumi Mata. if you have work here, these kind of people have work here. They keep the body after liberation. So this Prithvi Tattva actually becomes really critical for that. It's interesting how often you will see this pattern with these guys, and how often you'll see Mangal heavily involved, which I think we're taking for granted is a very spiritual graha, because he is dharana. He is that concentrated energy. So you can just go through and see. So those of you who want to study this deeper, the moon Rahu, oddly, he gets released from the prison, he gets his release from that, the asylum, and he's taken to a palace. Okay. So moon wakes up sun and Mercury. I mean, just play with this, just look at it. That's what I would ask you to do. So in his moon dasha, it's interesting. His moon dasha is when he really starts getting recognized by the Maharaja and all of that. And he dies.
That's in seventh house too. So that makes the recognition.
Exactly.
Also sun also.
The point is it's a kendra. So when things are in a kendra from the dashapati, they're very powerful. So any of the kendras can actually enhance that. So it's an interesting study for all of you who haven't studied the chart this way. And then he passes away. He drops his body right at the beginning of Rahu. Right at the beginning of Rahu, which oddly is a common thing with Atma Karaka. Okay, because it's the planet you're said to have the most karma with. Okay, so when that planet's done with you and that graha is done with you, and most of these guys will tell you when they're going to die. And he was one of those. So he was like, yeah, my time's up. Some omen happened in front of him and he said that, my time's up. So it's the Shirdi Sai Baba too, the whole thing with the brick breaking. He used to sleep with a pillow. It was a brick. His pillow was a brick. And when it broke, that brick was me. This kind of odd speech, this abstract speech, but he died right after left his physical body, you could say. And where did he go? People do see him. So, and I'm not going to discount those people. It's a very real thing. So anyway, so please guys take a screenshot. Please check out the Karakas, experiment with it. Remember, I've got the synodic year here. You're welcome to put 365 days. I have my reasonings for it.
I think the synodic year is a 354 year. Is that right?
Yes, it's the astronomical lunar year. And I do have the Narayana or the Rashi Dasha set to 360 degrees. That's because, just a little logical thing, guys, you don't have to do it, but there's only 360 degrees in the chart that the sun travels. There's not 365. I don't know where that's overlapping. So you can answer that for yourself. But the sun makes a perfect circle according to the Rashi chart. I'm not talking the 365-day years. It is a very solid year. Mayasur and Surya Siddhanta knew of it, but he still utilized other years for certain things. Okay, so he wasn't only using this 365-day year. As a matter of fact, there's debate that was a tropical year. So if you don't research this stuff and actually try it out, please don't discredit it until you research it. And be willing to throw out things that don't work. Be willing to assume. Don't assume that you know. I think that's the important thing to do. Is just to kind of come in with a clean mind. It's clean. Whenever you're wanting to learn something, you have to just forget everything you think you know, right? So this is something to play with. It's something I encourage. It's funny we're speaking of dashas, which is another thing with timeline. Yeah. Call. Okay.
Okay, I will share my screen.
Let's see. Just give me a minute here. Okay. Wait. Yeah, you should be able to share your screen now, Aditya. Go ahead.
Oh my God, I have many things to talk. It will be another Bollywood movie, I guess, today.
I think we are already at that point now. Yeah.
Timelessness. Maybe we're
Timelessness.
all somehow coming together under Revati.
Yeah. Happy post-Thanksgiving Day, How was Thanksgiving for everyone? You all good?
Yeah, food, right? A lot of food, right?
I don't
of
really
food.
celebrate it, guys.
I'm still digesting my
A turkey
food.
for you, G. Yeah.
Okay, so Revati, as Dr. Pai ji, Kapil ji, everyone mentioned. I hope my sound is clear. Is it?
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you. Yeah.
So the natural 12th house of the Kalpurush chart, of course, all the padas are in Pisces. So of course, the thing when it is in Pisces, 12th house will be prominent. 12th house teams will be, you all know by now, I think everyone is expert. Moksha, meditation, spirituality, and also note the opposite is a 6th house. So 6th house karmas can also be coming up. What is the symbol? Pair of fish going in the opposite direction and Damru. People were saying, so with these symbols, no, I think you should start studying astrology by, okay, symbols, pair of fish going in opposite direction, Damru. So that's all. That should give you at least 10 things to know and understand. So pair of fish, opposite direction, that means there'll be something in thoughts going in opposite direction. So maybe what you have to learn to focus, concentrate. Lack of concentration can be possible. There is, and I will tell you a lot of stories about fishes and all, how this is connected as we go further. The other thing is Damru. Damru is what? A musical instrument. I think Dr. Pai was mentioning about how important is the Damru and how important was Veena and Sitar and all those instruments, and Shiva was dancing with Damru. So somehow maybe this nakshatra is connected with some instrument playing, just as with Shravana Nakshatra. That's also one nakshatra which is closely associated with the playing of instruments. This nakshatra also is related to that. So maybe if you have problems or people who are into this Revati Nakshatra, uh, if if they want to energize themselves, listening to some music or playing some music can be a theme in itself. So that's why I say when you see those things, try to make your own points, and that's how you learn Jyotish.
Togi,
I feel
quickly with the Damru, it's very much like our heart. How many hearts
exactly.
we have,
Yes,
measuring the
yes,
lifespan. And you think of
yeah,
Tal and
yeah.
Kal.
Tal and Kal. It
Literally. So Mahadeva, like even this Moksha Tandav, he's holding one hand, he's standing with one hand, but he's got the Damru still in the other. So all the
correct.
forms of Lord Shiva, they always have this in these Tandavs.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I feel as a physicist, I feel that it's the time shape, the cone, the light cone. Always feel that
It
as a
does look
relativist
like
physicist,
that.
that looks
Yeah,
like that. Yeah.
it does look like that's
Exactly.
very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe going from one realm to the other, and which Pushan does. We'll come to that too. It has got its own meaning. So talking about some astronomical facts, I think I always like astronomy. Here is this Pisces constellation. This is all the Pisces constellation. So you can see one head of the fish here, and the other fish is going in this direction. So one fish is going in this direction, the other fish is going in this direction, something like that. And this is the Yogatara of Revati, this star. This star is a Yogatara of Revati, Zeta Piscium. And this line, the line which you see here, is nothing but the ecliptic line. So the ecliptic very closely passes through the Yogatara of Revati. Okay, so that's why Revati, the star of Revati, lies very close to the ecliptic line. That's one thing to notice. And it is at Pisces 26 degree 2 minutes. So that's the exact, of course, sidereal degrees. So this is a sidereal degree. Is where the Yogatara of Revati lies. If you see into the big star, big sky constellation, very near to the Pegasus, you have the Pisces. Next to Andromeda, you have this Pisces constellation. This entire region is Pisces, where you have your Revati Nakshatra. Anyway, now let's understand some mythology story. Going to the Greek mythology, it's associated with the legend Aphrodite and a son Eros visited Syria, and they fled from the monster Typhon by jumping into Euphrates River and transforming into it's not Pisces, I should say. It's by transforming into fishes. you know. So just with this story, you know, someone went somewhere, they fled and transformed into fishes. So let
Well,
me correct that.
Aphrodite would be Shukra as well, so there could be some connection. It would be in
Yes,
Greek. It's
I
fascinating.
think Eros is Kamadeva kind of thing, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Kamadev, yeah, Kamadev, yeah, for sure.
Kamadev.
Yeah,
And that is, as I think Evji, you mentioned, fleeing, fighting, fleeing. That's also one theme that is coming
escape,
up. Escape,
escape, breaking out of
escape.
prison. Think about it, it's a
Yes,
lot. Whether it's death,
exactly.
breaking out of the prison of the body, whether it's
Correct.
breaking out of the prison of the mind, whether you're losing your
Correct.
mind in a good way or bad way.
Exactly.
Yes, all of
Eh,
that. Yeah.
all of that. So just by listening to the stories and also connected with river, connected with some water body. So these things, so what are the things that you can understand is fleeing, which we say escapism, fear and all. They transform into fishes, so shape shifting, fluidity. Now, what is shape shifting? Not someone like a mermaid shifting from human beings to animals or animals to birds, not like some ghost parameters I'm talking about, but fluidity in nature, fluidity adjusting, compromising, you know. You can, in any situation you put them, they may be able to adjust. They may be able to compromise, or they may be able to adjust to their surrounding nation, surrounding environment. That's what, when I say shape shifting, it's a fluidity in behavior, fluidity in thought, fluidity in mental actions, mentality, and all those things. Of course, they were going inside the river and traveling. So traveling becomes one of the theme for Revati Nakshatra. How they travel? They jumped into that river. So the river theme, the water body. So what is, and so the boats, ships, yachts, all those things becomes important. The boatman, and I will also talk about Pushan and all. So just with this story, no, just it's like 3-line story, but at least you can get about so many qualities to learn from. So that's what I say. Whenever you hear the story, understand the meaning, understand the themes, understand what you can get from. So these are some of the things that are associated with this nakshatra Revati. If you really want, when the sun transits dates in Revati, it spans from Pisces 16 degree 40 minutes to 30 degree. And the sun transits this part of the sky from the first 2 weeks of April. That is when the sun is transiting through Revati Nakshatra. Understand which crops grow, understand what festivals we celebrate, understand the theme, understand. So these are the things, try to get those. Of course, there's a nice little person here. I think they have put a lot of makeup, it seems. I don't know. But that's how when I put Pushan, he comes. Pushyati causes, it's a god of meeting, marriage, journeys, roads, feeding of cattle. These are all things associated with Pushan. He's a guide for the soul. As Dr. Pai was saying, that I may talk about, I don't know, maybe I should just mention, as Dr. Pai also mentioned, after you die in Hindu mythology, it says a soul goes to another world, and this person, Pushan, he helps them to cross the mythological river Vaitarni, where the souls go from this loka to the other loka. And this Vaitarni is very closely follows to the banks of the southern gates of the Yamloka. So he takes the person from one land to the other. So again, there are some themes to learn from this thing too. I will come to it later, but generally, he protects travelers from bandits and beasts. So it's also a protector. So protection theme is also associated with Revati. He guides towards rich pastures and wealth, because this Revati star is also called as the wealthy star. So some wealth associated themes can also be associated with Revati. He's one of the Adityas, of course. Now his look is described as he has got braided hair and beard. In some text, his look is described as that. His chariot is pulled by goats, which is very interesting, because if you see, if you put Revati, I think what is that nakshatra? Probably I'm just thinking, why goats? I was just thinking, I'm not able to get, but somehow it was said that chariots pulled by goats carries a golden ladder, symbol of activity and movement. And of course, we also know the story that he was invited to Daksha's Yajna, and he was attempting to eat the Daksha Yajna oblations. And then the Veerbhadra comes and he gives a blow to his, I think, face, and his teeth were knocked out. So especially in offerings, he's given us curd rice and liquid food so that it's easy to ingest for him. So, and he helps, as I mentioned, he helps the souls to cross the river Vaitarni, and he guards the livestock, and he also finds the livestock and find lost lives. For example, what does that mean? Find lost livestock. So with these themes, can you say what are the themes that can be associated with all this Pushan? He's traveling. He guides the soul from one loka to other. That means he's also good in traveling. He's also good in navigation. So probably you should see that people who are good in navigation, people who are good in traveling can be associated with Revati. And he's a boatman, some karma with water transport. I still remember a chart came long time back. I think his 3-4 planets were in Revati. I said, what are you doing? Like, what is your job occupation connected to some water body? He said, I have he was from Kerala, I guess, some city in Kerala, maybe from Alappuzha, or I don't know. But he had a boating industry. Like, he used to make boats, and he was having some business on boating, houseboats and all those things. Again, Revati theme, having 3 or 4 planets in Revati, getting wealth from boating industries or something like that, houseboat and all those. Protect animals. So protect animals means what? You can think of some animal organizations you can work with and all those. Of course, his teeth were knocked out, that poor fellow. So suffers in fight with powerful enemies. So, they'll be subjected to much more high forces, and better not to, what to learn from this is better not to go into those and avoid unnecessary disputes. That's something to learn. Enjoy liquid drinks and simple food, so curd rice, liquid diet and all, poor fellow not able to eat anything, so simple foods may make him happy. So so these are some themes which are there for Revati Nakshatra. Now, which
Also,
other god?
Togi ji,
Yeah.
the end of life as well. You
I
think
have
about
end
that
of
natural
life.
12th house, end of life, you can't
Correct.
digest a lot, your teeth are
True.
going. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
exactly.
connection with this leaving the body here.
Especially, yes, and I will come to that too, talking about Jesus Christ, which I think Dr. Pai also mentioned, because when you see Jesus Christ, what photo is associated with him? Like, he's surrounded with sheep, goats, taking care of them on a pasture land and all, just with Revati themes and all.
They
And
call him the shepherd.
they
He's
call him,
called.
yes, they call him the
Yeah.
shepherd. Even Lord Krishna was called as shepherd. So all this, as these points were already discussed, so not going much into that, but I think there's some themes associated with and he was a protector of people, he was caring for the people, all those things. So Jesus Christ is also closely associated with Revati. And Balrama, we know the story, how Dr. Pai also mentioned. So, like, so this is a concept which Kapil was saying, time dilation, because Kakudmi was the father of Revati, and he goes to Brahmaloka seeking a good match for the daughter, and they just spent some time in Brahmaloka, and then many years passed, and Brahma suggested, now the only suitable candidate for your daughter is Balram, and then he sends back them to the world. Balram meets him, but Revati is too low height for him, and then he uses a blow on her head, makes her equal height, and then they are happily married and live forever after, who knows. But what do you understand from this time dilation effects? Maybe either they may be too punctual or maybe very unpunctual. Who knows? Some quality of that can be. And
Togi,
yeah.
interesting here, because isn't Balaramji said to be Ashlesha Jatam?
Yes, that's
Ashlesha Jatam, right? In his mantras?
Yes,
true, yeah.
yes.
So Ashlesha here, that's just interesting.
Ashlesha, yeah,
He
because
is the avatar of Anandan, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Anandan, yes.
Yeah.
And if you see Sheshnag, and if you put Revati, comes to the 12th or 9th house of Balrama. So it's past life incarnation. Some association of karma with
It must be
Revati.
something. It's fascinating. Yeah.
And so time dilation effects. Now, when you say about time dilation, who is the person that comes in mind? Is Albert Einstein, and we will see some of his chart again when I show some personalities with Revati. So time dilation not keeping track with time or keeping too much track in time, something like that. And navigation, people who navigate, people who travel, what they time and traveling, time travel, maybe time travel theme. That's also another theme, maybe. So, anyways, what is a tree associated with that? It's an Indian butter tree. Now, this Indian butter tree has got lot of, because remember, it comes in the 12th house, so there is also 6th house. I was looking, it's a very good thing to see about trees and health benefits. That's something, the whole research topic, which someone should focus into it more, I feel. I should say someone, it should be me who knows, but anyways, we'll pass on to someone else. But try to see that, because it's like such an important thing. How can we use these tree qualities for health benefits of people? But anyway, this Indian butter tree, they say, pacifies a lot of Vata and Pitta dosha, but increases Kapha dosha. Its bark is used for diabetes, rheumatism, ulcers, bleeding. It's an anti-inflammatory, analgesic, antipyretic, infertility, hyperglycemia, bacterial infections, even can cure some type of cancer. If you want to go into this website, go read about them. It's a whole huge list what they do. I'm not going to put it here, all those. But you can see that how many health benefits this tree has. There are some important aspects of this tree, which I will. Its flowers are eaten also fresh and used for alcohol distillation. This tree is also called as mahua. Mahua is a thing which is especially in Bihar and in eastern Uttar Pradesh. These people use for alcohol, for preparation of alcohol. So, Pushan is what? It's a deity of enjoyment, deity of happiness. Alcohol, why you drink alcohol? To become happy, correct? Ultimately, you become happy or next day hangover, that's a different story. But it's alcohol distillation.
Yeah, or if you get your teeth knocked out, right? Like in a fight or something, right?
Well, there seems to be a theme here of a drunkenness, like even with Brigu Rishi having to get the final eye of arrogance poked out, even Rishi himself, but it's the path, the intoxication with the path itself of who he thinks he is to even curse Vishnu. It's very fascinating. It seems to be so, and even with the Balaram thing, I was just contemplating that, like knocking her down. Like knocking her down a notch. What is this theme going on here with
maybe
humility?
this Revati,
even the seat of the Devata is Revati. So it's like there's something with this whole humbling.
Maybe with Revati individuals, maybe their spouses or maybe their husband are disproportionate heights. Can be possible.
That, and maybe in temperament too. There could be some. It's interesting for people to know these like contrasts here. It seems to be like a theme that's carrying through.
Yes. Yeah. So that's what I want. Maybe, some contrasting themes with height or physical or mental. Physical is what we see, but there are some things which can be even mental abilities or intellectual abilities. Who knows? They may be highly intellectual. Who knows? Highly intellectual again makes you disbalance in your thinking, in your thought. Who knows? And it's also this tree is given as dowry in marriage by Chepang community of Nepal, which was another interesting thing which I found was okay. So again, something about why this tree is given as a dowry. Because of such, maybe for making alcohol and making money. Who knows? I'm just saying, but it can be used for that too. And moreover, it has got a lot of health benefits. So why not? So this tree is considered very sacred or very beneficial. That's one thing which is the whole crux of the story. Revati characters is the wealthy star, foundation above cows, foundation below calves. Desire is to become lord of animals. That's what Dr. Pai was saying about Pashupati Nath. Pashu means animals, Pati, Lord, Nath means also Lord, Pashupati Nath, so Lord of animals. The Shakti, Shira Dhyapani Shakti, power to nourish through milk. So again, Shira Dhyapani, something with milk, cows, calves, nourishment, care, prosperity, all these things are associated with Revati. And result of Shakti basis desire is nourishment of the world. So as you said, hospice center, nurses and all those, again, they are all like nourishment, caring. So maybe those people who are into those professions are strongly associated with Revati Nakshtara. Dietitian maybe, probably. They can be
sleep doctors,
yes.
pharmaceuticals. things.
Pharmaceuticals, true.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, dietitian and all can be associated with them. Revati theme, Purushartha Moksha, Gana Deva, Trimurti Shiva, animal is female elephant, bird is pigeon. And remember, all the tattvas of this nakshatra is it's a highly sattvic nakshatra, the most sattvic nakshatra among all the 27 nakshatra. I think it is Chitra, which is the most tamasic, I guess. And this one is the most sattvic. And I think the most rajasic is what? Ashwini, if I'm not
Yeah, that's
wrong.
correct. Yeah.
Ashwini, correct. Yeah. So this is the most sattvic nakshatra. If you see the planetary rulers, the Rashi Lord, Nakshatra Lord, Navamsha Lord, of course, it falls in the Pisces. So all the 4 padas will have Rashi Lord as Jupiter. The Nakshatra Lord is Mercury, we know. Remember what Navamsha we have. The first Navamsha of Revati will be occupied by Sagittarius. Second will be by Capricorn. Third will be by Aquarius. Fourth will be again by Pisces. So the 4th pada also becomes, what is that called? I forget that name. It's
Moksha Pada or something, right?
Vargotam.
Oh, yeah,
Vargottam
Vargottam.
pada.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
Vargottam
makes
pada.
sense, yeah.
It's a Vargottam pada. The 4th pada is Vargottam pada. And the planetary rulers are mostly Mercury, Jupiter, and Saturn. These are the 3 planets playing. So this nakshatra will have those qualities of Jupiter, Mercury, and Saturn. Saturn, you know, seva. Saturn is nothing but caring, nourishment. Maybe all those things can be maybe in 2nd and 3rd pada. Mercury and Jupiter, these are the planets of intellectuals. These are the planets of, you know, wisdom, logic, rationality, and all those qualities too. So do not think that Revati is something, maybe it may be highly intellectual and logical planet too. And if you
Very
see,
much.
yeah, and I will talk about some other persons involved in this Revati. Talking about animal, female elephant, you see, whenever you see a herd of elephant, how they walk is the younger ones will be at the center and the all elder ones will be surrounding that. So again, what it shows, the protection and the care for these elephants, how they have for their babies. So again, caring, nourishment theme, you know, because this nakshatra is, the animal symbol for this nakshatra itself is female elephant. And you see how this small baby elephant is at the center of this herd. So talking about that, what are the some persons? So this guy, John Peake Knight, he was born on 13 December 1828 to 23rd July, I think 1886. He invented the traffic light because traffic light in 1868, and he was an English railway manager, and he was a person who is responsible for making those traffic lights. Why I was saying, because I wanted to see who are the, because this nakshatra is for traveling. For traveling, what we need, we see traffic lights, so there has to be some connection with that. And if you see his chart, you see in his chart he has got Ketu in Revati. Now time unknown, we don't know the lagna, so but Ketu and Rahu will not change much, but he has got Ketu in Revati here, and that makes
And it's
sense. That may
second
be
from the moon.
second from
That's
the moon.
It's a yoga.
Yes.
Anything
It's a
second from the moon or 12th from the moon, first from the moon is a yoga with the
Oh,
moon.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
anything. So it's a big influence on the moon.
And
on
that too, it
Janu.
is Ketu. It's a nodal axis.
Yeah.
So he has to do something with it, you know,
Yeah.
with the Revati. So that was interesting to see about how his Revati thing was falling on. That makes sense why he has got Revati. And there was something, time dilation. We did talk about time dilation. So our friend, Mr. Einstein, I think if you see his Venus, 24-degree Pisces, which is again Revati Nakshatra for him. He has got a bunch of planets in Pisces Nakshatra, actually, Pisces Rashi. But Venus is in Revati. Of course, Saturn is in Uttara Bhadrapada, and the Sun is in, again, Purva Bhadrapada. Mercury is in, I think, where is Mercury? In Uttara Bhadrapada, but Venus is in Revati Nakshatra. Time dilation, thinking, abstract thinking, mathematician itself. So a lot of mathematician, when I was looking their charts, I find we think that mathematicians, what has to do with Pisces, because here the Mercury debilitates. But lot of mathematicians are born into
Ketu.
this. Yep. And
Ketu.
I have the whole, I have done some research for mathematicians in coming slides. This is one guy, Manjul Bhargav. He's a Canadian born, young guy, 1974 born. You see, very famous, he's living right now, and moon in Revati for him. You see, I don't know about the time. Time is unknown. I just put some random time, but moon is in Revati Nakshatra and 22 degrees. So naturally, his moon will still be, his nakshatra is Revati.
And
Then I
Guru's
saw
12th from the moon again.
Guru is 12 from the moon again.
Yeah, and Guru's a major planet of a big mind.
Correct.
Big ability to grasp deeper, a subject deeper.
Yes.
To have meditation on a subject.
Absolutely.
Guru. Yeah.
You see this guy. Everyone knows this guy, correct? There was a
Guru's-
movie, correct? What was that?
Yeah, the Beautiful
movie?
Mind. Beautiful Mind.
The Beautiful
Russell
Mind.
Crowe, yeah.
Yeah, John Forbes Nash. Again, if you see, he has got moon and Mars in Revati.
And
He was
Mangal
also-
and Guru in Parivartana. And
Yes.
again, Guru 12, second this time from the moon, but still it's still like
Correct.
yeah.
He was also a mathematician, correct?
Mhm.
So mathematician. So I got interested after
he
seeing
came
all
with
this thing.
game theory and all that, yes.
Game theory and all, exactly. So I said, why not do some research? So here is some research. I just typed in Google 10 most influential mathematicians of today. Something I put in Google. 10 names came up. These were the 10 names that came. I don't know who they were. I never heard about those. I'm not a mathematician, but these names came up. I said, let's look their charts. So I now, in few slides, this is just my research for Revati. I don't know why I did that. It just came up. Let's go through the charts of each of these
Planets
persons.
intelligence. The planets of intelligence are very common.
Exactly.
Second or 12th from the moon. In
Exactly.
Gemini, Rahu, Guru, Surya, and Ketu are the big guys for intelligence. And you
So
notice a
Rahu,
lot of
Ketu,
these
Guru,
guys-
Surya. Okay.
Yeah, a lot
Okay.
of these guys have this exact, yeah.
Now, here I want to show, for example, you see Sun. Now I'm just showing not particularly Revati, but about how the influence of Pisces. Okay. Now here you see, and also see this Jupiter Ketu is as both are here. Jupiter is aspecting by fifth aspect to the Pisces. This is Keith Devlin, the first one. The Terence Tao guy has got Jupiter in Revati. I'm just going through these slides at all the 10 people I have. Here, if you see, it's Ian Stewart. So many planets in the Mercury sign, Kanya. They are all expecting again the Pisces. Another guy, John Collins Stilwell here, the fourth guy. He's having Mars is aspecting Revati. Then this is Bruce Brent. Again, planets all in Uttar Bhadrapada, Pisces sign. This is in Tim Govers, Uttar Bhadrapada Jupiter in Pisces. Peter Sarnak. I don't find much of Peter Sarnak because he may be in D9 or his Lagna, which I don't know. No one's time I know here. So I've just taken their birthday. Martin Harrer, Moon and Jupiter in Pisces. In fact, Jupiter is in Revati. Your moon is in Uttar Bhadrapada for Ingrid. And Andrew Willis is Sun and Mercury in Pisces again. Little bit go into deeper analysis now, what I see. So what I see, for the first guy, Keith Devlin, is Mercury is fourth from Jupiter. Mercury fourth from Jupiter is what? That means Mercury is in Kendra from Jupiter. Okay. Terence Tao, Mercury again fourth from Jupiter, Kendra. Ian Stewart, Mercury and Jupiter are together again. Okay. See, Mercury, Jupiter together, it's like, what is that? It's, as I said, in Padas and Rashis.
It's a Gita yoga.
Gita
It
yoga.
gives a memory, like an ability to remember like things like the Gita.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it's often involved in intelligence yogas as well. You'll find some of the what is it, Varenchi yoga, I think. There's a few that involve Mercury and Jupiter. Saraswati yoga is always involved, but you need Shukra involved too. Yeah. Correct.
Now, why I focused in Mercury? Because we know Mercury is mathematics and all those things. So I was like, let's see what's happening with that. And I found certain characteristics. John Slam, Mercury is third from Jupiter. Now, what is third? Jupiter, if you take third from Jupiter, third is what? Subconscious mind, the thought, the writing, the communication is what the third house. So third from Jupiter, Mercury for John Stilwell. Bruce Burnt.
Means that Mercury's 11th from,
Mercury
Jupiter's
is, 11th from Mercury.
That
exactly.
11th house is important for some of the Brahma yogas. So what you're pointing out here, actually, it could even be for the listeners. the consideration of the 11th house, because there's an awful lot of third from. That means the 11th is at play.
11th is 311
Yeah.
axis. 311
Yep, it's
axis.
that 311 axis that yes, it's a very
Correct.
important one, right? Because argolas and all of that stuff. So yeah.
Correct. And Bruce Bent, again, Mercury 3rd from Jupiter. Tim Grover's Mercury is 9th from Jupiter. 9th from Jupiter is what? Jupiter is 5th. Jupiter is aspecting. Peter Sarnak, Mercury 7th from Jupiter, Kendra position. Martin Harrer, Mercury is 8th from Jupiter. 8th means what? It's again, it's 8th is something again, hidden house, you know, the 8 and 6 relation. 6th is again
Well,
a
what would
karmic
be
house.
interesting for the listeners to do is to find the different ways that these people's intelligence worked.
Correct.
Because what that's probably going to highlight is how different,
True.
you know.
True.
Yeah.
So Andrew Willis, 3rd from Mercury. Jupiter is 3rd from Mercury. John Nash. I also included John Nash because he was also a mathematician. Mercury is again 3rd from Jupiter. Manjul Bhargav, Jupiter 8th from Mercury. Then our famous guy, Ramanujan, you know, we all know. And I just saw his chart, Jupiter and Mercury again together. So just combining, it just came out, you know, with for the following research. So either it's 3rd house, 311 axis, 8th, very less. Many times they are in Kendra position. And one time there was also aspect. So this is what I just saw from just random charts. This came out. The other thing people say is also Ketu. You know, Ketu is also mathematics, they say. So even if you say
that's
Ketu,
important. It co-rules Pisces and many.
co-rules Pisces. Exactly.
Yes, Ketu is
exactly.
known.
So let's see what Ketu and Jupiter are doing. You know, there is also something very strange which came out. For Keith Devlin, Ketu and Jupiter are together. You can see some my slides here. I think maybe I will just go Keith Devlin. Keith Devlin, you can see this chart, Ketu and Jupiter together. So you can go, these are the only slides which I have. I've just taken from that. So what I have learned from them, that's what I'm sharing with you. Terence Tao, again, Ketu is 3rd from Jupiter. Ian Stewart, Ketu is 4th from Jupiter, again, Kendra houses. John Stilwell, Ketu is 9th from Jupiter. That means Jupiter is aspecting. Bruce Burnt, Ketu is 5th from Jupiter. Again, there's aspect of Jupiter. Tim Grover's, Ketu is 10th from Jupiter. 10th is what? Karmic house. Peter Sarnak, again Ketu 3rd from Jupiter. Martin Harrer, I did not get anything, but Ketu is 2nd from Jupiter. Ingrid Debauch, I don't know how to say this name. Ketu and Jupiter are together in the 1st house, like they are in the same house. Andrew Wiles, Ketu is 3rd from Jupiter. So again, 3rd 11 axis. John Nash, Ketu is 8th from Jupiter. Manjul Bhargav, Ketu is 4th from Jupiter. That means it's 4-10 axis, the karma 10 axis. So Jupiter, Ketu is 4th from Jupiter. It means Jupiter is 10th from Ketu. And Srinivas Ramanujan is Ketu is 3rd from Jupiter. You know, so again, third house, 311 axis, 8th, 6 axis, Kendras and aspect again plays a role with Ketu also and with Mercury also.
Yeah,
I
so
don't know
6th
what
house
it
is
is.
not 6th house is not playing out, right? So none of these is having 6th house problems.
Yeah. But 8-6 you can say 8-6 when you say 8.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, third and 6th house become major places of intelligence once again in Gemini. So there's some different rules.
Right.
It would be interesting for the listeners. It's very fascinating that we're doing astrology lessons for Revati, because I'm just thinking of it's very odd. We've never done this. It's just an interesting thing to think of. But I would say that it'd be very interesting for people to get these charts if they're interested in further study of this, to look at these yogas from the moon, because a lot of those charts you showed, these grahas, these key grahas were either 2nd, 12th. That was the majority of the charts. They were 2nd or 12th, or sun, one of the luminaries. And then the other thing that was common, if they didn't have that, they had it in kendras. So actually something's happening with the purpose of birth here too. That's fascinating to look at. And Jupiter is a planet. We say in the Kavach for Jupiter, you know, please protect my intelligence. We don't ask Mercury. Mercury's information, but he's not intelligent. Intelligence is something deeper than information. Your ability to retain that information might be linked with intelligence. But intelligence does not rely on information. That's a big, it's a
yes, absolutely.
gap, right? these people, it's interesting that you've done this, because even speaking of Revati with samadhi or meditation, you could say, or getting lost in something.
Correct.
As you were showing this, I was just thinking, okay, what's the omen of us doing these little lessons? We don't usually do this. But I was thinking, fascinating, because, you know, the ability to have first dharana, like I've been thinking, you know, I taught this thing on yoga, so it's actually like fresh on my mind. Dharana being that mangal, the energy of the concentration, but guru with jnanam, with the ability to carry, he's akash, right? He's sound. So if you watch a sound wave, like if something drops the sound, it goes out like this. It just continues through. And that's really what jnanam is the continuation of the original point of concentration. So this ability to carry it through to samadhi. It's like jnanam and dharana are in samadhi. You have to have both of those to have samadhi. So guru gives that faith, actually, in one's focus. In some way, it's got to, these people probably had faith in their research, like their ability to
Research,
discover.
exactly.
So there's something intelligent about hope and faith. I know that we like to knock those things down in modern civilization, but there's something very intelligent about maintaining hope. Because all of these people, one reason Jupiter is so intelligent, because he's not associated with information. Once again, it's intelligence.
Absolutely.
It's a totally different thing.
Correct.
So fascinating, you know, what Jupiter values is interesting to consider there. We'll leave the religious stuff. And when we hear faith, we often think of religion. But you have to have faith in yourself to even go on the spiritual path. You have to have faith to focus on one thing. You have to have that hope or faith in yourself or in the object that you're focused on. So there's something to do with that holding your continuous flow. With Jupiter has something to do with that. So it's just interesting that you've pointed this out. And we're speaking of Revati Nakshatra is nothing but the culmination of the entire path.
Exactly.
It's nothing but that result. Yeah.
It was interesting. Then why I
Yeah.
was interested, because then I found, while I was doing, I did not realize, but then I found even I have got Jupiter Ketu together.
You do,
and Mercury
yeah.
and Mercury is 11 from Jupiter too. So it's 311
Well,
axis
that is a
playing there too.
Brahma. It's one of the Brahma yogas. This is
Okay,
like one
yeah,
of the
I don't know
Brahma
about
yogas.
that.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
It's exactly that. It's one
so,
of them. Yeah.
maybe because I also used to like mathematics, and
Isn't
mathematics
your
was one of
guru in
my
a sign of Mangal?
yeah.
Rashi of Mangal. So once again, it
So
holds more
it's
concentration.
so that's what. So I like this to do. Maybe sometimes like 50 charts of mathematicians, maybe 50 charts of entrepreneurs, maybe something like that, and see a commonality theme, what is there, and learn from it. That's something which is like a project which I have in my mind. I don't know, but there is always lack of time, but something to think about. So what the main point is, the breakdown is, don't think Pisces as something which is Mercury's debilitation sign and it doesn't do good. No, that is something to be broken off.
I agree. I love that you're saying.
Yeah.
I agree 100%. I actually think Pisces is Meena Rashi tends to be very inventive.
Yes. And it's
Very
abstract thinking. Ketu is what abstract
Yeah.
thinking. Mathematics is
And very
abstract
good at
thinking.
running things. I've
Yes.
actually seen many Revati people very good at running things. You wouldn't expect
True.
Pisces to be that always, based on what people's interpretation of it is, but it's very capable Rashi in the world, very capable people.
True.
Yeah, very commonly.
So moving forward, and no, it happened to me that I was just looking there's some nice people who are interested in physics. It's I forgot sound, and it was something shock and awe, the story of electricity. There's one nice YouTube video, and I was just looking, and there are so many, how the story of electricity, how electricity was developed and all those things. And it's a 3-hour BBC documentary or something like that. Very nice. And when I was making our slides, then Sarin talks about this James Clerk Maxwell, and he said that he was a great mathematician too. Then I said, oh, I was doing mathematics slides as just that slide, and I was like, let me see his chart. What is that? And this is a chart of James Clerk Maxwell. And again, you see, he was a big mathematician, not a physicist. And you see again the combination Jupiter Ketu. Randomly it came out, but still Jupiter and Ketu again together.
Those
there.
would be the classical lords of Meena Rashi. We're not
Exactly.
commonly taught that, but it.
Yes.
And if you look at the moon again, the moon is hemmed between two karakas of intelligence, Rahu and Surya.
Yes.
Again, this is a
Yeah.
really common
Because
thing.
Ketu also rules Pisces, correct?
Yeah, exactly. So Jupiter, Ketu, Mercury is definitely a very intelligent
Exactly.
combination. They're in kindras from each other. It's beautiful.
So again. Then again in that movie, I don't know why I saw that movie this week. And again, they were talking about Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla. And it so happened that they were saying that Thomas Edison invented the bulb and it was a DC, and then Nikola came out with the concept of AC. They both were tough competitors.
Well, actually, he kind of stole Tesla's work. So I can't support that he was he wasn't as intelligent. I'm just saying he was more of a business mind.
But the thing is, what we have to see is Thomas Edison, they both are, if let's say he invented the bulb or light, of course, what is Pushan? He's Aditya, he's a sun god, he's a light, giver of light. And you see this guy, he's got Ketu in Revati.
Look at his moon, though. It's qualitatively different. If you look, he's got Mercury, the businessman, second from the moon with Mangal. And he was ambitious and he actually stole his stuff. I'm just saying that it's fascinating to look at the quality of the.
Correct. Yeah. And this guy also has got Revati. You see, this fellow, and of course, don't believe.
12 from moon.
12 from moon. Yes.
Again, I'm just Rahu and Jupiter, two grahas of intelligence in Meena, 12th from moon. So it's just again, same thing, but not a businessman, right?
Both came out to be Revati again. And they gave something to the world, which was useful, bulb. Imagine our life without bulb. Imagine our life without AC current. Forget about all that. Tough competitors. You see their Rahu Ketu position. Edison's and Nikola Tesla.
Poor Tesla. Poor Tesla. He's one of my favorites as I've studied him.
I know. Yeah. Exactly opposite. Rahu Ketu, and here where Ketu is at 29 degree in Virgo, he has got Rahu at that. Now, let me go back. You see this? And it's tough competitors. Maybe they are complementing each other.
I wouldn't know if Tesla would say that. But
I know. I'm just saying. People, no, this is another synastry. You just put synastry.
No. I mean, I would say that Edison is a great chart to study for a very clever businessman. Very clever. Cunning. And that's where the Ucha Grahas, you have to be careful, is Rahu. His Rahu and Ketu would be considered a form of Ucha. Okay. And then he's got that Shashi Yoga with Shani, which says that you will take other people's wealth. That's one of the things that it says. And actually, it's known that.
No, but time is unknown. So we don't know about his Lagna. So don't believe his Lagna.
I believe he wasn't. I think he is actually Vrishchika Lagna. How did you get that? Did you just put anything in there?
I just put something. Yeah, maybe
I've
just
seen
put
his chart before. I think you can get it. You can get his chart. Yeah. Maybe. And definitely Tesla. Tesla does. There's 2 times available for him.
Yeah, 2 times available.
One gives him Ashwini and the other one gives him Revati, so it's not far off. Okay. Either way, the yogas are there from the moon.
Okay.
And you can look at from the moon with Mr. Edison. It's funny because I've been telling people Mula is the nakshatra very common of wealth.
Mm-hmm.
And he's another good example of this, like billionaires, millionaires, people who know how to make a lot of wealth. So good chart to study for me.
And especially to do synastry, when 2 people are having a competition, how planets influence.
I'm not hating on him, okay?
Yeah.
But I'm just saying he was pretty cunning, and I'm not so sure he gave happiness to the people around him I'll say it nicely.
Because
Oh.
Santhip also mentioned, correct, when we were trying in our talk, Santhip, you remember you said Rahu over Mercury and Ketu, Mars. Rahu is over Mars.
Yeah,
That's competition.
Pure
That's
competition, pure enemy. This guy will be your enemy. You'll fight against this
enemy.
guy. That has a
Correct.
destiny to like make you angry, you know. So Tesla's Mars is getting aggravated by Edison's Rahu. Like, you know, you can't expect more. So there'll be like anger energy for sure. Or this energy of
True.
Mars energy will be
It's
triggered.
just eclipsed him. Just like, I
Eclipse.
mean, the poor guy, they thought he was crazy. He wasn't crazy.
Exactly. But anyway, now let's go back to the material world, to spiritual world. Anandamayi Ma, you know, we all know her. Time and of course Rotten rating B, but you see her ascendant and Venus is in almost exaltation degree. So she was spiritualist, and we all know Venus is very near to exaltation point. So that's another form of Revati theme too, getting lost in the mind. So Venus is, of course, sex and all those things we say, but then it's also spiritual. What is spiritual? Getting completely lost in God, basically. Absorbed.
Absorbed.
Yes.
Yeah, Shukra is the enjoyer of beauty, whereas they say the moon is the producer of beauty, like the giver of beauty. But
Correct.
Shukra, they say, is the enjoyer of beauty. So that's interesting. Yeah, and you will see that Samadhi is the enjoying of the real beauty, whether it's
Exactly.
sound, sight, all those things. Yeah, this is beautiful. Beautiful chart, actually.
Yeah.
Another thing common with these moon yogas is sunts, and I've said this a lot, so you guys probably heard it, but the association with Shani and the moon, second from the moon, 12th from the moon, with the moon, or in a Kendra from the moon, with saints.
And Jupiter is also aspecting Venus,
which is beautiful. Yeah, that beautiful fifth house. It's a very beautiful chart, actually. Even the moon Rahu is the Mars Rahu is very beautiful.
Yeah, this one.
That's actually very common yoga for focus. Can give really sharp focus. If you look at like Einstein and a lot of these people that will have Mars Rahu. Mars Ketu can do it too. You saw it with Tesla. The node with Mars can give really serious, but she's got a classic, yoga for the sun being heavily influenced by Shani, and it's a powerful Shani.
Yeah. So it's almost exalted Saturn, probably.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful chart. Look at this chart. Wow, it's beautiful.
Then this woman, PETA president here, of course, Revati, care for animals, and you may see this chart and say, what is this happening? Where is Revati here in this chart? But here, if you see, her Rahu is at 1 degree 3 minutes. Of course, this is from Parashara, but if you put her average mean Rahu, that mean Rahu comes in Gandanta point, very close to, it's in the Gandanta point of in Revati. So here it shows as Ashwini, but if you take the mean, it comes. So I don't know whether to take mean.
I actually use mean.
This is true. This is all true nodes. So you may think that there is nothing in Revati, but if
it's interesting because all of the Shiva nakshatras is very fascinating. Each one of the Shiva Trimurti nakshatras in Vamshodri have one of the grahas, each one. So there's Surya, Rahu, Budh. One of each of those nakshatras has a desire to be Pashupati, the Lord of animals. So Ardra for the Rahu has that desire, Uttara Falguni for the Surya,
correct,
and then Revati for the Mercury has that desire. So it is interesting because she does have the Shukra in Ardra.
Yeah. Of course, it's just not one planet which we have to see. There are many planets.
Yeah, like the loving of animals. Yeah. Interesting.
Then comes, I have this, because it's a Revati, so shipping companies. So what shipping companies will have? So then I just put in Google, which is the biggest shipping company. Then this name comes up. I don't know how you say Mercs. I don't know. I don't know. But we always see this name. We always see this name, correct? In the containers, in the ship's containers and all those. And as far as now, it's the biggest shipping company by TEU capacity is something 20 ton equivalent, something unit capacity. And I said, what is Maersk, which is the biggest shipping company? Let's see if they have something to do with Revati or not. And then I just found what date it was established, and it was established on 16th April 1904 at Denmark. And you see this, there's a bunch of planets in Pisces. Pisces again, water body. Pisces again, you know, shipping and all those. Transport.
I've
Yeah.
actually seen wineries too. People who own
Wineries, oh, okay.
distilleries,
Okay.
things like that. Yeah.
Alcohol, you know, wineries,
Yes,
alcohol again.
you will see
So,
that. You will actually see that. Yeah, but that's a great
yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Really
And
funny.
moreover, Saturn is aspecting them too. You see, the third aspect of Saturn also forms. So, and a lot of Aries, you see, Ashwini and Bharani too, bunch of
Very
planets. Yeah, so very interesting. I think
Moon
I've,
and Ashwini, it's like right after Amavasya. It's like
yes,
right out. It's going to be after Amavasya, but it's
yeah.
interesting because Ashwini
But
is also
Ashwini is also transportation.
transport. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the it's interesting. The Sampat Nakshatra from an Ucha point always defines something about.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Somehow, you know, I think it flowed this time. It was like, oh, okay, I'm seeing this themes. Fine.
Interesting.
Finally, my favorite section, you know, festivals. What festivals do you think? It's eating time now. Oh my God, I'm already hungry now. So 1st to 13th April is when the sun transits Revati. So what festivals you people can think of? Think about it. So the first thing is Easter Day. You know, we did talk about Jesus Christ. And we know, I mentioned this last time too, when is Easter celebrated? You first find the Sunday after the full moon following the spring equinox. So the spring equinox happens on 21st or 20th of March. You have to see when the full moon comes after that. And after that, what Sunday? That will be the Easter Sunday. So first, find the spring equinox, then find the full moon following that spring equinox, and then the Sunday after that full moon is the Easter. So the spring equinox is on 28th or 21st March. The full moon, the coming for the next year, or the 2023, the full moon is going to be on 6th April. So 6th April will be the following full moon after spring equinox. And the 9th April is going to, the Sunday after that full moon will be the Easter day. So the Sunday which follows the full moon follow after the spring equinox is the Easter day. So that's the criteria.
It's the resurrection. That's what it's
resurrection.
Is the resurrection.
Yes.
Sanjeevani.
Exactly. So Easter themes are exactly like Revati. So this is a time when we celebrate Easter. Perfect theme with Revati. Now, why I said Pitru Paksha, that comes in the 1st to 13th October. See, remember, when the sun is transiting on 1st to 13th April, what is opposite to it? When the sun is transiting last degree of Pisces, last few degrees, it's Kanya. When the sun transits Kanya from 16th September to 16th October, that is when the sun transits Kanya. So sometimes Pitru Paksha, you know, things in Hinduism, dates go back and forth. So sometimes Pitru Paksha may come up in the month of maybe something like around in October month or something like that, if it is too late and all. Why? Again, because Mr. Pushan is helping to cross all the Earth months there. This is another April Fool's Day. We all know 1st April, you know, that's what we do. Playing pranks. That's what we do. Mercury is Nakshatra. Pushan is protector, well-being. It's a fun nakshatra. It's a Mridu nakshatra, as Dr. Pai was saying. It's a fun nakshatra. So, and it's Mercury's nakshatra too. Mercury, what it does, it always, you know, Mercury is a playful, it's a child, it's a teenage. What can a teenage do? Play pranks, correct? So April Fool's Day, perfect for Revati theme. The other thing is Gudi Padwa. Now, what is Gudi Padwa? Is actually, it comes again in the month of March and April. In a year, we will have 12 new moon, correct? 12 new moons in a year because of 12 new lunar months. So when the sun is transiting Pisces and a new lunar month begins, that day is Gudi Padwa. So sun has to go in that Pisces, and the new moon which happens, the next day is called as Gudi Padwa. Okay, so sun transit Pisces is happening from March 15 to April 15. We know that. Any new moon day that is occurring between these two dates, between March to April, mid-April to mid-March, on mid-March to mid-April, the new moon that is happening, that marks the end of that year, and next day will become the beginning of the year. That's a luni solar calendar. Of course, there are some people who follows completely solar calendar in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu, in Orissa, in Assam, in Bengal and all. That is on 14th April. But there are many regions like Karnataka, in Maharashtra, in Andhra Pradesh, in many parts of region where they follow the luni solar calendar type. Their new year begins when the sun is almost in Pisces, and the they also take into account the moon's position. So when the sun is in Pisces, moon is also in Pisces almost, then it's like, that's like the last month of the year. And when the moon goes after that, enters into Aries, that day becomes the Gudi Padwa. So sometimes Gudi Padwa can fall during the first 2 weeks of April. And remember what we do in Maharashtra, they will have such type of, it's almost like a flag position where you keep it looks like a flag decorated with flowers, leaves, clothes, and some copper vessel upside down. Looks like some Ketu significance here. Ketu is flag.
Very interesting, the pot upside down.
Yeah. Maybe it's
I
a
was
Ketu.
also thinking about the same.
Ketu is
Pot
upside down.
Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe.
Shukracharya. We were just talking about the
Yeah.
whole upside down. But the pot is often a sign of the womb as well, like the uterus. Like, it's an interesting thing. I don't know what the significance is, but
Yeah, but I just thought to be like a flag, which is like a Ketu thing, something. And
yeah, definitely some kind of
so-
flag. But very interesting. Yeah, I don't know this. What
Yeah.
kind of leaves are those again? Do you know what kind of leaves those?
It's like, I don't know whether it's a mango leaves or is it I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe mango leaf. I don't know.
I don't know
Need to
enough
see.
about this, so I won't say, but it's a
Yeah.
fascinating symbol. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm also not sure. Yeah.
Mhm.
But I remember what they do is they'll make some sugar candies. That I know very well. And then they will put it. So type of sugar candies like in a mala form. The white
A
sugar
lot
candy
of
is a
these
mala
things
form.
that we just think are like, like village things. Like we have that in
Yeah.
every country. Like a lot of these things that we think is a small town thing or a village thing, they usually have come out of some deeper significance.
Correct.
For sure. And so they get preserved in some way and people just do it as a routine. Like it becomes a
Yeah.
ritual. The meaning can get lost. It'd be very interesting to know what the meaning
Yeah.
of that. Yeah.
But you see leaves, Mercury, sugar candies, Shukra, the flowers, Shukra, the cloth, again, that's of something like Shukra. You see those?
And it's a red claw. It's just a fascinating, it's like an
Yeah.
upside down pot really catches my attention. That's
Yeah.
fascinating. Yeah.
Anyways, finally, yeah, that was all I have for Revati. It's a wealthy star. Deity is Pushan. Understand its story, find its significance. Mercury and Jupiter qualities. Mercury, Jupiter, Ketu plays a role. We saw a lot of mathematicians' charts everywhere coming there. 12th house themes, Indian butter tree, also called as Maua, alcoholic thing, enjoyment thing, festivals thing. So it's a Mridu Nakshatra, it's an happy Nakshatra, but also very intelligent. It has got powers of Jupiter and Mercury. I think that's all I have for this. And yeah, so
Yeah, that was great, Aditya. I think, very interesting points and all that.
yeah.
But yeah,
And
go ahead.
finally, this is what my calculation is still going on. We'll see how much Revati is. We have talked about till now 49 hours, almost 50 hours. And now it's almost 3 hours. So now it's almost 52 hours. So counting is still on. So
Right.
maintaining that count.
Great. We'll see. Yeah.
Yes.
So so I'll start actually. Well, if anyone has got to this point, I'm sure you're very patient and all that. But this is a very rare point where I feel like actually much should not be spoken about in the Revati Nakshatra. To be frank, it's one of those places where you feel like you need to contemplate more, you need to sit in silence more, then you can actually learn more about Revati Nakshatra and so forth. But I don't feel like talking much also, to be frank. But I'll just do justice, if you are here at this point. But one thing, a couple of points, of course, great points by everyone actually. Even Kapilji also mentioned very interesting points. But I will just start with the omens, right? So interesting thing was that we started by talking about death actually in the beginning. We started to talk about death. And if you observed, Kapilji was smoking a cigar also. So there was smoke there, right? So smoke is also Ketu Rahu influence. So that moksha thing is already there. And there was a dog that showed up also in between. a karma of dog is directly a karma of Shiva kind of thing. You can see that also directly. Of course, you can see interesting thing was to see how Dr. Pai mentioned finally the word many times. So like he literally said finally, finally. So this is the final point, right? So final nakshatra kind of theme is definitely going to play out. And what UG mentioned about the Gangavata Shiva actually, right? The Shiva in which his hands is actually the final thing. I mean, that's a huge topic. And that is a very rare thing also. So that's usually, so there are 108 Karanas of Shiva that is displayed in the Chidambaram temple, in which the final
That's
thing,
exactly it. The 108. Yeah.
yeah, exactly that. So in that, the final thing is actually the statue which UG showed, and then of course,
Moksha and
yeah, the moksha aspect. So the moksha karna, actually the final thing, the 108th pose, the finality of pose is that. So in fact, many times it's interesting. You find the same statue close to a goddess shrine also sometimes. So a very powerful goddess shrine will have a Shiva in this particular form close by. So that's the other aspect also. And of course, that statue itself, you look at, now there are yogis who try to hold those poses. That is also there. That's another category of things that is happening there.
I'll show the image again.
Yeah.
I can't really see what you guys are seeing.
So you can see that he's having Damaru in his hand, and he's holding himself with his left hand completely on the bottom. And of course, that is the other aspect. If you stand upside down, so there are many aspects here. One of the aspects
His
of Shiva
feet are higher than his head.
Exactly, yeah. His feet is higher on the head. His head is below. He's staring at you. He's blessing you also at the same time. And his hand is also on the Apasmara Purusha also, right? That's also another aspect. Now, see, if you think like that, right? So, and of course, he has Damru in his hand and other normal fire thing in the hand and all that. That is also there. Now, there are people who do things like that, right? Usually, dancers, circus people, yoga people. So, you'll find people who are yoga teachers and all that. That kind of thing can be a very strong theme there. In fact, you'll find many times these natives will be ending up in ashrams at some point in time. I won't say end up in ashram per se, but they might visit ashrams, attend meditation retreats, things for an isolation kind of thing can be very strong. Now, the hand aspect is most interesting in my view. That is pointing to many aspects. Of course, one interpretation is quite easily at the final stage of, you go through all this 108 karna, finally the god has to pull you up. That's the final aspect actually. So in fact, they say in the Shaivite path, you start off with Ganesha, then you go towards Kartikeya, then there is a final aspect in which Shiva himself pulls you up through the Sahasrara Chakra actually. So Kartikeya will help you until the 6th point of Ajna Chakra. Then to get to the Sahasrara Chakra, Shiva himself has to pull you up. There's a hidden aspect there. Of course, there's the other aspect in which you are upside down also. So in which that is a very interesting point. It points to the existence of other lokas also. So Shiva's feet is at higher worlds. It could be that there are higher lokas out there also, which could be Devalok and all the Tapalok and all that. That kind of thing could be easily be the case also. That's the other aspect that I want to highlight with the thing. And of course, not only did in the Oman wise, not only did Kapilji's dog show up, UG's cat also showed up in between. So you can see this Rahu Ketu kind of theme playing out there. So and of course, a very interesting thing also I wanted to make a point was how even Dr. Pai said he had to leave for a dinner. He had to leave for a social function. So many times these kind of karma with social functions can also play out for these natives. Or they might find they're experiencing a loss or they're having to deal with the social function which they do not like or something. That kind of thing might happen. So normally, of course, we know Pisces people like to be in their own shell and all that, but they'll be pulled out by circumstances to attend social function and all that. Usually it can be like, for instance, natives who like to do charity. A lot of charity people you will find in Pisces and all that, right? So people are in NGOs, people are in charitable foundations, organizations, all that. So of course, but then they have to go to the rich people and host them for dinners and all that kind of thing. They have to actually have a social thing going on. Now, within that also, the other interesting moment was that how UG actually completed her presentation of sorts for the talk. So because in that talk, in the conference talk, she did not have time, but the final slide, which was kind of pending, was actually something which she completed today. So that's a very interesting karma of, like, you can say people who are native in Revati are more likely to actually complete that karma from a past lifetime. So, so though for UG, it was just like a week ago she was doing the conference or whatnot, but then you could see this particular aspect. So many times 12th houses of the natural zodiac is connected with past life. So many times you can see a completion aspect playing out karmically with planets in, Revati and Pisces and so forth, actually. And then, of course, Aditya, a very interesting aspect also was today, Aditya actually showed research aspects. Now, rarely do we do that actually, So, but this time you actually came with a flood, right? A lot of charts and all that kind of thing. So that's a typical world for a Revati Nakshatra native in
We
general.
both showed what we meditate on.
Exactly that. Exactly that. So you can
We
see that.
showed charts of what we're absorbed in.
Yeah, exactly that. So you can see.
Mathematician buddy down here.
Yeah, exactly that. So you can see that exact aspect about sharing research. They're very keen on research. They're very keen on mathematical thinking, things that they like, things that they sleep with, things that they think about when they're sleeping, all that, right? So that kind of thing, you can see this karma of the research is very strong. And it's very interesting point. You find the people who are most intelligent people end up in research labs or very highly educational institutions or one of the wealthiest institutions out there actually. And usually you'll find the most sattvic people. Now, in many ways, there's a hidden, so this idea of research, people who like to do research, who have to do research, who have research karma, who might end up being great researchers, that karma of bringing ideas from a different world is very strong for them. That can actually play out in many ways, actually. This abstract thinking, and of course, that kind of thing. Now, Einstein's thought about time itself was interesting. The way he thought about time was that if you were to travel at the speed of light, what would be the effect of time you would have? And he said that, time is going to change. The perception of time is going to change is what he actually said, actually. And of course, that's a very interesting thing. And here is where the biggest aspect, in my opinion, astrologically, Shani's birth nakshatra being Revati is playing out. So I was thinking, the one Evji was mentioning about how Shani's desire was that everyone should tremble in my presence or whatnot, right? So though it is true, normally we would actually think about Shani in terms of trembling, fear, and all that. Someone with whose presence you might tremble. But is it possible that another interpretation could exist? Is it possible that Shani is pointing to, what, you are going to experience samadhi no matter what, you have to finally do seva of the world kind of thing in that particular aspect? Is it possible?
Well, he's also Shanta Karaka, the one that gives peace. His bija, his bijakshara is Shant.
Yeah.
Which is peace. Shanti is like, it's all this. So it is interesting that we're trembling in the face of what? Maybe yes, exactly. It's very, it's fascinating because I had written in there to you guys, he's born on they make it specific. Krishna Paksh.
Yeah.
Revati moon.
Yeah. So Krishna Paksh is only. Exactly. Yeah. So it is only possible, Krishna Paksh Revati is only possible when Sun is in Aries all the way to Sun being in Leo or something, right? That's the other aspect also. So that's also a hidden thing there.
Interesting.
Yeah. So in my opinion, that is also holding a big clue there actually. So Shani is also the collective, the world around and so forth. The Shukla world around after all is Shani after all. And then you put him, he is born there in a final nakshatra. So actually you can see what Shani's intention is actually. Shani is about, okay, you want to clear out this karma so that your next life is cleared up and all that. Make sure your past life karmas are completely cleared up and all that. So in general, Revati Nakshatra native, just because of that, Shani's influence will have a hard time. That is one thing I can just say. And again, one subtle point I also want to raise is that Evji once mentioned, I think once about how there can be a subtle nakshatra exchange if that Mercury is in a Shani nakshatra also.
Sukshma Parivartana is, so the Dashapatis are in an exchange.
Yeah. So
actually powerful.
Yeah. So Shani is a planet nakshatra. That planet is in Revati nakshatra. There is a possibility that exchange which Evji mentioned, the Sukshma Parivartana can actually happen. That's a very subtle topic because the planet is in Shani's birth nakshatra. So that's also one influence I want to say. And Shani is also very interesting because Shani can be considered to be a moksha karka also. In fact, a lot of yogis have that. Shani itself is born in Revati nakshatra and makes you think about that. You think about Ketu as being
with the saints, like I was saying at the conference before. I had so many charts. Saints, one of their biggest influence, real saints. Shani, somehow. You have to know how to read it, but it's going to end up being Shani. Oh, visitor again.
Yeah,
yes. About Revati Jatam, born in.
Right. So that's a very interesting point to think about. So usually because of that, you can say easily these nakshatra natives, and it was very fascinating again, because usually these natives will have a natural tendency to escape. They will have the natural tendency to escape into the worlds. Now, it was interesting, you think about smoke, right? So normally you'll see, of course, if you're in the West and all that, or even in North India and whatnot, especially in the Himalayas and all that, very naturally you might be drawn towards smoking weed, drugs, alcohol. Quite easily you can escape towards that. That's a natural, easy way to escape and the lower way to escape actually. But of course, higher ways to escape is eventually samadhi and all that. That kind of thing can happen. Yogic samadhi, yogi practices, deeper meditation, sadhana and all that can be the easier way to escape. But what is fascinating is that immediately after Revati is also the Ashwini Nakshatra, which is pointing to a new birth of sorts. So the final step of liberation is even to let go of all the gunas completely. So even Sattva Guna, Sattva Guna is still a Guna, and Ishwar himself is Nirguna actually. He's beyond all the gunas. So the final step in which you have to let go of whatever you thought you knew, whatever you were holding back to, whatever you thought as being good is also playing out here actually. Whatever you thought as good, whatever you thought as bad has to be let go completely in Revati, and they'll find themselves in those situations actually, where they are having to clear out karmas, where they are having to face this kind of aspect of reality. They have to move forward no matter what. And that's the other aspect. These Revati Nakshatra natives will have a natural tendency to get stuck in the past, stuck in a world that should not be, that they should not be in there. So many times you'll find these Nakshatra natives might actually lose time because they spend their time in a fantasy world. So that guy is going to come back to me. This girl is going to come back to me, or I'm going to be in this particular dream world. And when you tell that to them, they'll say, yeah, you called me out on that, that kind of thing. Because they actually spend years, losing years. Okay, this guy is going to come back to me. This girl is going to come back to me, kind of thing. Actually, that's a real problem here with Revati Nakshatra natives, because they spend time in that particular loka. Now, this is the other aspect also. And of course, we talked about teeth and all that. So of course, it's a very famous thing that if you dream about all the teeth falling from your mouth, you are going to die. That's one of those Revati Nakshatra theme. Actually, it's a very common theme. But you have to dream about all the teeth falling, not just one teeth and all that. And there's very interesting things also, like how tooth fairy concept, how you get the first tooth, you actually put it under your pillow, and then you get money out of nowhere, right? That's a pure Revati kind of thing going on also. The other interesting moment to think about also, one technique here is because Venus influence is very strong here. So Venus is getting exalted here after all. And the technique is to look at where the Venus nakshatras are falling in actually. So Venus nakshatra is second house from Revati in Aries sign and so forth. And that Bharani nakshatra is falling there. So those are very interesting thing which once I came across, where a doctor was saying, a doctor was about to have food. At that point, he's interrupted by someone. Okay, this person is coming, he's about to eat his food. Someone comes and interrupts him. Now he's like, okay, this is not a good omen, but he goes and finds out what is happening. That person is already dead by the time he reaches there and all that. So this omen of having food being interrupted, pointing to death, or Bharani Nakshatra being activated is one theme you can actually see from that actually. Now, Dr. Pai mentioned about Moringa and Sambar and all that. So usually these Nakshatra natives will be great at having food. Of course, we are talking on a typical Thanksgiving day when you'll be filled with food and having a lot of food and all that. So I mean, usually there is no lack of food in their life. They'll have enough wealth, they'll have enough food around. And of course, that's a challenge also. You have to watch out for weight gain and all that quite easy. Venus is exalted here. It's a Jupiter sign. Very easily Jupiter sign rule natives, Kapha planet and all that. So easily fat gain and all that can easily happen. That can be a real thing because they are eating a lot. That can be an actual thing they have to look into also. Now, the other aspect here, but here because Venus is exalted, there are these aspects of flowers. You can actually eat flowers. I didn't even know that. You can actually have flower-based diet and so forth. In fact, the flower aspect was very interesting. There's a huge, wide world about flowers. You have the bark flower remedies, for instance. There are many flowers that if you bloom, it's considered to be a big blessing. There are many stories in China and all that, when blooming of a particular flower is supposed to symbolize a big blessing in that particular land and kingdom and all that. So that kind of thing is huge actually. There's a huge world of flowers. In fact, in that case, just because of that, growing up certain challenging flowers in general. So for instance, flowers that bloom in the nighttime, no one is going to look at the flower jasmine and all that, but that flower, having that flower in your home itself is considered to be a big blessing actually. So of course the Hindus take care of Tulsi plant. Tulsi flowers, if you look at it, it's a very unique shape. That's a very interesting thing to think about. But but that flower karma is something you will see a lot, and of course that means that they'll be very familiar with perfumes. They'll have the good things in their life. They'll be very connected with all these fashion industry. A lot of models you'll find with Revati. In fact, one easy way to identify Revati Nakshatra natives that if you look at their face, you'll see they have that fish-like appearance. So the cheekbones are raised for most of the models, man or women. You'll see the cheekbones are pronounced very raised and all that, and you look like you're looking at the face of fish of sorts become very clear actually when you actually look at them. That kind of thing is very direct also. That's one more thing you begin to see. Now, of course, fish is the actual remedy here also. We are talking about Meena Rashi and so forth. So I recollect one instance where a client had a lot of planets here in Revati. I advised her to actually, grow an aquarium, then all hell broke loose, right? So that kind of thing. So just having an aquarium in the home can actually symbolize Pisces karma. So aquarium can be good or can be for bad also. But it is so taking care of fish or having a fish element in your life, and of course in feng shui and all that, you have complete direction for the aquarium in your home. But in my opinion, taking care of fish is also a very powerful remedy here. Ketu is also Maltsyavatara actually. That's also one more thing I want to highlight. The other thing with fish, I want to say, it's a very interesting, subtle point. This idea, now there is a yogi whose name is linked with the fish, and that yogi's name is Malsyendranath. So Malsyendranath is famous. You could say that he is famously linked with multiple yogini sadhana and all that. Actually, he was the one who actually had the 64 yoginis and so forth. He supposedly created the yogini sadhana from Kamakya and all that. That's the legend. That's the story there actually. And all these yoginis, karma yoginis, and all that can happen. Now, Malsyendranath, in yoga, you have this Malsyasana actually. So in which you literally twist your head, you look literally upside down pose actually, in which your head is actually going upside down. That's a pure Malsyendranath kind of energy, in my opinion. And that's a very interesting thing, because in India, of course, you have the Kamakya temple, which is usually linked with Barney and all that. But there is a strong Venus influence there in Kamakya. Kamakya is a hardcore tantric place. So Revati is also very, very strongly tantric energies and so forth. But specifically, I would also like to add, could be more goddess tantra or yogini kind of tantra can actually play out more. Like Tara Tantra, as Yuji mentioned.
And Tara, yeah, we worship her feet. I mean, this is, yes, exactly.
Exactly that. That's one aspect. And this one idea also I want to highlight was that with fish and with Malsya, the Dakshinavati Shankh is something which Dr. Pai mentioned. But it's ideally if that Dakshinavati Shankh is pointing to the picture or a statue of a goddess or so forth. So that it makes it more ideal. The energy will go towards the goddess energy, and the energy coming from the statue or that picture can actually come out towards you also. The pointy part of the Shankh should be pointing towards the goddess. Now, usually they recommend the Dakshinavati Shankh to keep it in the right side of the altar. They recommend an even number of Shankh actually, so 2 or 4 or something like that, to keep it on the right side. That is because feminine numbers are even numbers actually. That's something they recommend. They actually consider that right side Shankh itself as a goddess. So that makes you think. So putting water in it, keeping it overnight, drinking that water in next day and all that is very powerful practice actually. That's something I can say. Now, the other aspect is this food aspect with Rohini. So Rohini is having this, they'll have a lot of shoes. So that'll be a default thing. Just like Swati and all that, they'll have a lot of shoes actually, because of exalted Venus, a lot of fashion thing and all that. But the feet aspect is very interesting. There is a stage in yoga eventually where you have to put your head at the feet of the deity. That's the only option. Yeah, that's the final thing and that piece. So usually you'll find, depending upon the planet there, they will not do it or they might do it a lot. So like if you have malefic there, they might not be willing to bow their head in front of a deity and all that. But if you have benefic there, they might be getting blessings because they are doing the same. So that kind of thing can actually play out. So the head at the feet of a deity is a very powerful idea. I also want to highlight one more idea about this Pashupatinath temple also. Pashupatinath temple is having an interesting thing with the history being, they found a cow would come and put its milk down upon a Shivlinga actually. So then that eventually became a Pashupatinath temple and so forth is what they say. But Pashupatinath temple is a very powerful place to visit in Nepal and all that. I cannot recommend that enough. Now, if at all you go there, it's a very powerful place. They still have Adi Shankaracharya's Acharyas still being maintained. People from Kerala all the way go to that temple and all that. The head priest is always from one of these Kerala thing, if I'm not mistaken. Could be Karnataka or something. One of those mud coming from the Konkan region actually. That kind of thing I want to say. Usually there's one of those traditional things which
are you talking about Kedarnath or Pashupatinath?
Pashupatinath is also having a thing going on like that actually.
Oh, like that.
So yeah,
okay.
Something like that is actually going on.
Because Kedarnath they do that, correct?
Yeah, Kedarnath is Kerala thing. You're right.
Kerala
Kedarnath
thing,
is
yeah.
actually Kerala, but I think Pashupatinath is also having a system like that. It's more from Karnataka, if I'm not mistaken. One of these mutts from Karnataka actually. But of course, the person who has to go there has to study from all the mutts and all that kind of thing. All the Vedas and all that should be clear. But I want to highlight that because now Venus is interesting. This is a very subtle point also, because Venus, the avatar of Vishnu linked with Venus is actually Parshuram. If you think about Parshuram history, that itself is a big story there actually. Because Parshuram, fascinatingly, one of the stories is that Parshuram was angry at the sun and he was about to curse the sun or something. So sun himself came down and blessed Parshuram with an umbrella and sandals actually. So these natives might have karma, the umbrella, and with sandals. That's one thing I just want to add actually. But Parshuram's story is more interesting because he actually he's supposed to have created land he's supposed to have obtained land in charity from Varuna himself and created the entire Konkan coast, which includes Kerala also. So you can see that Venus energy is very strong in the land that is created by Parshuram, or the Parshuram being the origin point of this land. And you find that actually in Kerala and all that, you find a lot of goddess energy is very strong. In fact, a lot of temples are very strong. Now in Kerala, what is interesting, you see that there is an actual thing called as Revati Pattatanam. So in which in the sun, when sun is in Pisces and moon is in Revati Nakshatra, a very great scholar is honored by the king in Calicut, my city actually. So they call it Revati Pattatanam, in which they basically put a silk cloth on top of the scholar. So of course the scholars compete among themselves, and finally the wisest one is actually chosen and given this thing. So there is a hidden element of knowledge and wealth of wisdom here actually. In fact, in my opinion,
Rabindranath Tagore was a Revati Lagna.
Exactly. So in my opinion, Revati is also one of the nakshatras which is blessed by Saraswati actually. So Venus is exalted here. It's a Mercury ruled nakshatra, Jupiter sign also. So there is a blessing of Saraswati.
That's why I opened with Saraswati actually.
Yeah,
exactly. I didn't say anything because it's too long of a topic.
Yeah.
There is actually knowledge on that in some of the classes.
Yeah, so that is a very direct point.
Veda Suktam is really good for people to listen to. The Meena Rashi in general.
Yeah.
There's a link with Saraswati, but I have a feeling with Revati, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So of course, Swati Nakshatra, in my opinion, Shravana, Pushya, and Revati should be blessed by Saraswati, in my opinion. I think that will be a very straightforward thing. But that is a very subtle point. And of course, that means that they might have karma teaching, they might have karma with becoming teachers, music teachers, arts teachers, all that can come. The other here I want to highlight is also this idea about contemplative knowledge which you have to unite with actually. The abstract thinking, you're literally entering into different worlds and so forth. Now, interestingly, you will find Revati Nakshatra natives will have dream world karma. So either they appear in other people's dreams and they'll have literally give wisdom or share knowledge and all that in other people's dreams. So they might not be aware about that, but this dream world karma or other loka karma could be strong for these natives. That's one thing I'll just add actually.
I'm so glad you're saying this because that's a huge part of Revati that none of us even mentioned.
Yeah.
It's dreams.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a huge point. That's a huge point.
Because of course, the 12th house, correct?
Exactly.
Dreams.
Yeah. Exactly.
But Revati, he's right. Sandeep is right. I've seen this.
Yeah.
They have very significant dreams.
Yeah. Exactly correct. So could be that, what happens is that these natives are very naturally gifted in channeling. You'll find a lot of channeling gifts here. They can channel knowledge from other world, other lokas. They can communicate with gods and goddesses. For them, it's like, I just talked to goddess Kali came yesterday and told me this thing. That's an everyday thing for them. That kind of thing could be a normal thing for a Revati Nakshatra native in general. And now, of course, I want to highlight about now, if you think about Parshuram himself, he was a very violent person. He literally came down and actually destroyed the entire Kshatriya race, cleansed the earth of Kshatriya race. So there is a hidden tendency for violence here. So that's one thing I will say. Though there is wisdom here, there will be.
Well, it's Shukracharya. We should be clear on that, though. It might be Shukracharya as opposed to action. But it's because Shukra is Ucha there. Like I said, the Unabomber and these guys are all Ucha Shukra guys.
Yeah.
So
no, that's a very important point also. Now, I'm glad Yuji mentioned Shukracharya. Now, see, the whole music industry or music in general is actually linked with Venus. In general, you can say that. Now, you can see that the music you listen to will determine the state of violence level that you're going to express or so forth. Now, usually a pure remedy from Revati Nakshatra in that regard, or in general for any native, is to pay attention to the music that you're listening to. Is the music inspiring violence? Is that music helping you lift up? Is the music actually, are you listening to all this emo music all day long? Are you depressed because of the music you listen to, for instance? Or are you listening to classical music or pure music that elevates you and you feel there is a subtle level to it and all that? So that's the other aspect also. In fact, the music you listen to is going to have a direct impact upon the subconscious mind in many powerful ways. And that's something I would encourage people to pay attention to. Of course, you listen to violent music, eventually you might become violent. You watch a lot of violent movies, of course, you might have problems in your life. So many times I'll ask clients, okay, what kind of movies are you watching right now? They'll say, I'm watching all this murder mystery and all that. I'm like, okay, that explains all the problems you're having in your life right now.
Sandeep, do you see like what video games as well? Like
Exactly, 100%. Of course,
games? Okay.
100%.
I was
Yeah,
just thinking about that as you were talking.
now that's a very important point.
With escapism too.
Escapism, of course, also the opposite.
Fantasy.
Exactly. Fantasy realm and all that. So you are in a video game, you're shooting everyone, you're playing Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, right? I mean, it's a big industry. GTA is like a big deal, actually. Like GTA games, like, GTA games, you go out, like you become a gangster, you go loot out any car and all that. You beat people up with a baseball bat and you drive away with your car. You can even steal like a helicopter and all that. That kind of thing you can do in GTA games.
Well, if you're absorbed in it, it is a form of meditation, technically. People think meditation is only sitting down and doing this
But see,
super spiritual technique. No, we're meditating all day.
Exactly correct. But see, here's the problem. What I tell people is that you started playing GTA out of nowhere, but then your life goes to hell. Then you have to consider what you're absorbed in actually. So that's a very important point actually. Are you absorbed in something that is helping you, or are you absorbed in something that is bringing you down? That's a big aspect. So that's a very important point. So Revati Nakshtara will have karma with parallel worlds because of that. This can be game world, this can be fantasy world. This can actually be this idea of like a world where they are important character. So for instance, anime is a big thing with Revati and Chitra. Actually, you'll find they'll be drawn towards the anime world in one way or the other. Of course, you can have fun and all that, as long as it's happening in fun level and all that, not a problem. But if you're escaping to it, your life is going down, then you have to think about it actually. So that's one important aspect in my opinion. The other aspect I want to highlight, which Evji mentioned, is this Nad Yoga aspect actually. So Nad Yoga is a very powerful technique. You contemplate upon a Nad, you contemplate upon a mantras, and eventually they say there are traditions where the original Nad, the original frequency from a guru is still being maintained, and they contemplate upon that frequency sound action. That's a very powerful thing. That's a very huge topic. I would encourage that. That's a very powerful thing. Eventually, there is also this idea of like the point where you actually, eventually when you're meditating upon a deity, the idea is that there is an aspect when the completion of that path, completion of that meditation technique happens, when that goddess energy is completely absorbed within you. So what many yogis would do is that they would go to temples and so forth. They would meditate upon the deity. They would sit upon in front of the deity, meditate upon the deity. They chant mantras and whatnot, literally in temples and so forth. Eventually, they'll get to a point where that energy, that Shakti of the deity is completely absorbed within them. And then they would move to the next temple in the circuit and so forth. So correspondingly, you have all these 108 temples, 54 temples and all that temple circuits in India actually. So Ashtaganapati, for instance, each Ganesha you would go to a temple, you meditate, you would allow that union to happen with that particular deity, then you would go to the next temple. So each chakra is getting purified and so forth along the way.
Interesting thing, just pause 1 minute because this is profound actually. Literally, we were talking about like guru with jnanam, right?
Yeah.
With the principle of jnanam, the continuation of dharana.
Yeah.
And that guru is ucha, natural fourth house, right? Manas.
Yes.
At the house of the psychology, you could say. Well, Shukra also gets Digbal there.
Yes, correct.
It's fascinating because there's a very powerful truth that you're highlighting, that whatever you have jnanam on, you're going to have samadhi, you're going to have absorption, you're going to have union with that.
Yes.
Actually, so if you do these, you do literally attain a oneness or union.
Yes.
With that, that's a whole thing in Vibhuti Pada. That's what he's highlighting. Whatever you get samyama with,
yes,
samyama, whenever that happens, which is the three, the culmination of the three, you become. Yes.
Exactly correct. So that's
really powerful, actually. If people really want to meditate on this.
Yeah, it's an exact thing. But like I said, there was an actual field where that was displayed. Temples used to be like that. All the kshetras and all that were actually kshetras actually. It's not temple, not mandir actually, it's kshetra. It's a field which you are trying to go there and you are trying to absorb that energy. And more importantly, eventually you literally unite with that energy. That energy becomes part of you, and then you literally move on to the next temple and whatnot. That's a very powerful concept actually. Temples, so let me put it this way. There are, of course, a normal person would go to a temple, make prayer and leave. Great. They got darshan. Great. But a yogi would approach a temple differently. This is exactly how a yogi is going to approach it. But more importantly, they will know that kind of thing. They'll know that the intelligence in a temple is a very powerful field. They begin to recognize that, it's a living field you are interacting with. Of course, like deity is there and all that. That kind of thing is also there. But more importantly, you are connecting with that particular aspect in a deeper fashion, actually. That's something I wanted to highlight, actually. This union aspect, which Yuji mentioned in many powerful ways, you can actually take it in a practical level in many powerful ways. You can literally become the character in the video game, or you can actually become like, become unite with one of these gods or goddesses also in many powerful ways. And that can mean many aspects, actually. But eventually you'll get to a point where all the characters are united with, all the devatas are united with, and then you have to go beyond that also in the end. That's a bigger point. So that Gangavata Shiva and all that becomes very important in that particular aspect, in which that final step of liberation, in which you have to let go of completely what you thought you knew, what is like complete sattvic and all that. The Revati is exactly that point. Now what happens after that? Ashwin Nakshatra, right? Then you're reborn. Then you get into the world again. Now you're looking at it with new eyes, actually. That sense of time is completely lost. The sense of identity is completely lost. And that's an actual karma for these natives. So these natives have to let go of their past identity. They have to learn to move ahead in this lifetime. That's an actual thing for these natives also. And I will a couple of final points. Of course, tourism is a big deal here. Aditya mentioned about how the guy had, houseboat and all that. So boat karma can happen. Cruises and all that. You tend to have good time in cruises. You'll go to Caribbean, beachside places and all that. That's a typical thing. That's a typical karma there. Shepherd energy is very interesting because I was thinking there are a couple of schools names which name is beginning Shepherd, like Good Shepherd schools and all that is there in Kolkata and all that. So you might have karma with those kind of schools and all that. That kind of thing can happen. The music aspect is of course there. So the rhythm which you connect with is very interesting. I also want to highlight resorts and spas and relaxing places also. All these. So you have all these natural rejuvenating hot springs and all that. So you might find you might get more rejuvenated there in those kind of places and all that. Now there is a hidden healing in the ocean. That's something I can say. Satabhisha Nakshatra existence itself is proving that that kind of thing exists. Pisces, where Venus is getting exalted, is also proving that particular thing. So when you go to the ocean for 100 days or whatnot, you'll find yourself healing actually. A lot of powerful diseases can be changed, overcome just because you're surfing out in the ocean. There are many stories like that. So in fact, people talk about, there's this guy who wrote this book, Flow, actually. His book name is Flow. He was doing research on flow state actually. And he had all his health issues and all that. He just surfed for like 6 months and all his health issues disappeared. He started to get more into flow state more often. So this connecting with the ocean, connecting with an entity that is superior to you, which is like an ocean, and you're surfing that. Learning to surf is a very powerful thing also. So that kind of karma can actually play out for these natives. The ocean can be a great mother who can teach you a lot more things actually, more and more heal you in the process also. That's the other aspect that can play out. So an actual remedy for Revati Nakshatra natives is to actually go to the ocean and spend time there and all that. Usually you'll find that they are naturally going towards that. They wander home close to the ocean. They end up there. They have a regular vacation thing going on. Every year they end up going to Florida, whatnot, Cancun or whatnot. That kind of thing will actually happen for these natives actually, because that ocean thing is something that is subconsciously pulling them in many powerful ways. And the ocean is also linked with goddess energy very strongly actually. So in fact, omens of, so because I'm Kerala, I'm along the coast, omens of fishermen is actually an omen of goddess actually. Venus kind of thing is exalted, Pisces, right? That kind of thing actually. So that is also one more thing. There is a lot more to say about elephants also. Elephants, I'll just say one quick thing. Just like how they have Kamadhenu as being the cow, which is containing all the gods in the within the Kamadhenu's body parts, even the elephant Airavat is also supposed to be like that. So they say the head of the Airavat is having the Vishnu, Brahma sitting on the trunk is actually having Vishnu, Brahma is there, Agni is here and all that. That kind of thing exists even for Airavat also. So Airavat is also very powerful kind of elephant like that. So though we tend to acknowledge Airavat just like as a Vahana for Indra, but makes you think. So if there are all the gods hidden in Airavat, what exactly is going on there? More importantly, a bigger aspect is also Ganesha worship is very powerful here, again, because of elephant-headed god being Ganesha and all that. So Ganesha is a very powerful, think about that actually. You begin with Ketu, which is Ashwin Nakshatra. You end up in Mercury's Revati Nakshatra, which the animal being elephant. So what's going on there? So is Ganesha capable of helping out in many powerful ways? And I think, of course, Ganesha also was the god whose story is literally linked with his head being cut off.
Oh,
so that,
yes.
exactly that. So the head being cut off kind of energy can be very strong. So literally at Revati point, you have to get your head cut off. That's an actual thing that will happen. But what is surprising is that you might see
not really head the cutoff.
Of course, your identity kind of thing and all that.
Guys, think about it. Contemplate like Mahavidya Chinnamasta, who everyone's the misuse of that energy in black magic. I mean, I don't even want to speak it because people are going to take it wrong. But I'm talking about approaching her out of love. Okay, guys, the hidden guest in the room as we're speaking with Revati is love.
Yeah.
Love is the number one uniting force of all things. If you
Yeah.
love something, you are more likely to become, think about that, the force of that, become one with, or to forget yourself in it, absorption. But I'm talking about this out of love, not out of magic and all these like jadoo, forget it. I don't, as I speak about it, I even say it to her feet. I want nothing from her, nothing. So in that spirit, let me say, like Chinnamasta's form, she has the, she's beheaded, she's holding her own head and she's drinking her own blood. And on top of Kama and Rati. Okay, and they're making love. So most people look at this and they're like, oh, it's tantric image, blah, blah, blah. It's very powerful. Don't dismiss it, because all forms of samadhi require you to become headless. They require you to lose the limited intellect. And then she's drinking the wine of her own blood. From their union, she's dancing on their union. The little union of the body becomes nothing, right? I mean, it's a very powerful image. But I was thinking about that because in classical Mahavidya, like they'll say, oh, that she's the one that handles Rahu. She's the one that handles him. And people mistake that, oh, Rahu is Chinnamasta. I'll hear this stuff, but she's the one that handles his big head. So the two stories you hear of getting beheaded, they were both overly brave and audacious. Rahu. Rahu was not the liar, by the way. Vishnu was actually deceiving. Okay. Guys are not getting the story correct. It was the Devas who were lying, actually. And Rahu, he just discovered it. That's what he discovered it and then did the same. He just disguised himself. He saw Vishnu. So Rahu's not a liar. I think there's a misconception of the story. Okay. He's audacious, brave. There's a bravery in that. Same thing with Ganapati, the story. He confronts Shiva like, you can't pass, For him, he's an audacious quality, right? It's just interesting to contemplate that, because there's something profound.
I can say a couple more slightly points. Now let's get to Devata aspect, as you mentioned. So what is interesting is that all the gods whom we mentioned today, like Thanatos, for instance, Yamraj, for instance, Pushan, who's actually guiding the soul, they are all category of these gods. They are called as psychopoms. Psychopoms are the gods who are actually helping one soul to move from one world to the other world and all that. That particular karma can play out with the tourism, cruise ships, travel industry, air hostess karma, pilots and all that kind of thing can play out. The other aspect with the deity, that of course, elephant, there is a aspect of Lakshmi who is Gajalakshmi, in which elephant is behind showering gold coins and all that. So that's the time, that Lakshmi will give you a lot of wealth, guaranteed to happen, right? So because a lot of elephant is showering coins and all that, that kind of thing is good. Now, I mentioned about yoginis briefly. There is also something called as Apsara Sadhana, in which you literally do, mantras or apsaras and all that. You literally do Menaka, Urvashi and all that. But what is interesting is that if you read about accounts of it online, this guy literally says that apsaras are like 10 feet, 11 feet tall. Like normal human is 6 feet tall, at least 5 foot, 6 foot tall or whatnot. They're double your size. And literally you interact with beings above that. And what is fascinating is that if you look at James Cameron, who has plans in Pisces, his Avatar movie, right? So Avatar movie is literally having the for 10 foot tall beings, actually blue beings also.
Oh, and it's all the escapism, like they're going into this other world. That's so interesting.
Exactly. In fact, it's going to come out in December when Jupiter is going to be in Pisces and all that. So that's also a hidden thing, interesting thing to see, actually. And of course, James Cameron has a lot of plans in Pisces and so forth also, So that is an interesting aspect. So this karma, beings from other world who could be taller than you, that's an interesting way of looking at it also. And also now this will be the final set of points. Now the mantra associated with Revati is Sham as this mantra. That's the Bijakshar associated with Revati. That is usually part linked with the one petal, two petals of Agnya Chakra. One petal is Sham, actually. So that's actually interesting. Revati is literally linked with the third eye. So many times they can get in gifts of like looking into future, past, present. All the channeling gifts can come quite easily for these natives. Connecting with the higher lokas, literally being one with the world of gods and goddesses and all that can happen. literally one with the worlds of demons, then also that can also happen, depending upon the planets you have and the karma you have and all that. That aspect is there. Now, the final set point, and of course, the union aspect can also happen for good and for bad. So you become one with Christ. There are people who are stigmata actually. Literally, blood comes, your hand is getting nailed out of nowhere and all that. That kind of thing can come. Of course, same thing can happen in people who become one with the gods and goddesses actually. So there was one guy who, I think Yuji was showing, right? That guy, the Ambe Mata guy, right? The Prahlad Jani guy. That guy was literally wearing that clothes of a goddess and all that. Literally, and male guy blessed by a goddess. He's becoming. Yeah. So that's one aspect. So that particular aspect is interesting because so he actually was blessed by the goddess actually, and when he's blessed by the goddess, he's actually able to. Is the story? I think Yuji mentioned about this him in this conference which we had. So Prahlad Jani is this guy. He was actually, the story goes that. He actually does not have any food or water. There's a yogi who does not have any food for water for 75 years, but he was blessed by the goddess. The story goes that a goddess touched him when he was young, when he was meditating in a forest. After that, he does not have any food or water completely, and that is the fascinating part. You do that, you don't have to pay any bills for groceries. Great for that. But this guy actually did that. But what I want to highlight here is that he is actually, there is in the other picture, in the black and white picture, you can see he's actually dressed like the goddess. That's the other aspect. So that's a subtle aspect there actually. So sometimes you might find people actually wearing the dresses like gods or goddesses and so forth. Now, I can't, his chart is actually, he's not having any plans in Pisces, but Mars.
We don't know the Lagna. We actually don't know the Lagna, so it's not really fair that way. It could be in any number.
Yeah, that could be true. I think he does have Mars in Virgo aspecting Pisces, but as far as the Mercury Nakshatra are concerned, we don't know whether the moon is in Jeshta or whether Sun is in Ashlesha, so perhaps there is some Mercury energy there. So perhaps that is one clue there actually. But see, this is very interesting. This is literally here is an example of a guy who literally did not eat actually for 75. This is an actual thing. NASA actually studied him and all that. So makes you think. Are these possibilities real? Is there something else that is out there? Do we actually have
another Ucha Mars, guys? Another Ucha Mangal in the Navamsha.
Yeah, exactly.
Another one. So it's that importance of Mars for this kind of focus is incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is one thing. Thank you, Yuji, for showing that. But now the final set of points is that if you look at the sounds linked with Revati Nakshatra, it is De, Do, Cha, and Chi. So De, for instance, is Deva, Devaganas and all that. Very easily you can say natives whose name is having De sound. You'll have karma, those things. Do sound, what are some words? Doka. So like Doka is meaning cheat, to be deceived. So of course they might get either subject to Doka and all that. Subject to being deceived can happen. For Revati. And of course they don't care. Revati Nakshatra in general won't care. If they lost money, karma gone, that kind of thing, how they will do actually. That's how they will approach also. Now, Cha and Chi sound is interesting because Cha, of course, Cha sound is a very interesting kind of sound in terms of many powerful ways. Cha is having a hidden link with Shiva and all that. But Cha in Malayalam, my language, is also, Chati means also deception actually. So there is a lost energy carrying with Cha sound and all that. And you have some mantra with the stronger Cha sound like Cham and all that is there. Like, Chandi, for instance, a very powerful goddess name, a very, very powerful Venus energy is there with Chandi and Chamundi and all that. So immediately that sound, you can see that and all that. Now, of course, and the final sound is Chi sound. Now, it's not, in my opinion, it's not an accident that Eugene mentioned about Chinnamasta here also. It has to be there. The Chi sound is interesting because, China is having Chi sound. Chi sound in the English name, at least though we pronounce it China, Cha sound is being there in China. So Chi sound is there actually in English thing. So you'll find a lot of karma Chinese people and all that also. In fact, I was actually talking to a Chinese person who was interested in wines and all that recently. You can say pure Venus kind of karma playing out there actually. So that interesting to think about that. Now, if you think about China, immediately what do you think? 12th house, isolation, very strict. It's like, it's like Asura Loga there and all that, right? Quite easily you can see that. But something deeper to think about is that is there a hidden theme going on with the music you listen to? Pay attention to these sounds also, Achachi and
what is Tai Chi? There is Tai Chi, correct?
That's a good point. Yeah, I think Dr. Pai once mentioned about how Chi is also the flow of energy kind of thing, how Revati is also making you link with the flow of energy kind of thing and all that. So even the Tai Chi, Chuan kind of thing. Now Chu sound is all getting to this thing, the Ashwini Padas and so forth. But Chi sound, the energy flow and all that. So of course, in the whole Tai Chi, the whole Chi world, Qigong and all that, you start with Qigong, then you end up with Neigong actually, as it's called. So, you do the internal alchemy when you begin with the external alchemy. So the internal alchemy, the same logic as yogi points and all that. So the same yogi kind of thing is going on there. At that point, finally, you become one with the world. There's no more separation, all that. So I think that's a very tough thing. Now, in my opinion, when you get enlightened in Revati, but you come down to the ground in Ashwini, who are having to deal with the world again. So that kind of thing is also happening. But now you are approaching the world in a different eyes, actually. So Ashwini eyes is different, in which you have both sense of linear time and non-linear time, as actually Yuji mentioned, actually, how time is having both components. So it could be that Revati is that final point where you actually get to Ashwini, where a lot of miracles and all that can happen. And of course, I can definitely say the final thing, Venus is exalted here. So whatever we mentioned, all these whatever points we mentioned today, all that kind of karma will also play out also in many ways. So whether it's isolation, mental asylums, or feeling like you're in an asylum kind of thing, or in simpler terms, finding yourself in different worlds when you're in different places also. That kind of thing can happen. And many times you'll find these natives are gifted actors and actresses, creators, excellent musicians. I was looking at Kanye West chart actually. He actually has Ketu and exalted Revati actually. This guy's a billionaire, and of course he had all these controversies also, that kind of thing. So yeah, so this is what I have for Revati, and this is the end of that. Yuji or Aditya, do you have anything final to say on Revati?
I was gonna share my screen one more time.
Yeah, sure.
Just now, Togi-ji, if you have anything to say it, but I wanted to actually close.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
With just Shukra in general.
Yeah.
And it's really funny, Santhip-ji, that you're bringing up the conference, because I didn't even relate this. I was like, oh, this actually relates to Revati, so I'll just use it. This was the tail end of the conference, was these two things.
Right.
And I didn't get to cover that,
Yeah.
It's very interesting. I wouldn't have even connected that. And that I'm leaving for India.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Ashram
See,
and all
you're
that,
traveling,
right?
you're traveling.
And I haven't been there for
international-
12 years.
Yeah. So crossing across the ocean karma, right? So you just traveling from ocean karma.
And I'm going to meet Dr. Pai at Vancouver, and I'm traveling in another 6-7 days.
Yeah,
so
you're traveling.
That's really interesting. Yeah, I think it's just these when you pay attention to the things happening around and you don't try to control the environment.
Right, exactly.
Why are we so interested in controlling the environment? We can't. It's just we cause ourselves a huge headache. It's really funny that we even think like controlling other people, trying to control their behavior. What can you do? It's like, let go.
But have you people seen Revati people having suffering from schizophrenia or mental problems, mental issues?
No,
I have
that's
seen
the 12th house and Amina Rashi thing in general.
I have seen few of them. I have seen few of them with Revati.
It definitely, because you do get the institutions of mental health in the 12th house. And one thing, like if you look even at the names of Shukra, these I put in English because I didn't want anyone that doesn't follow Sanskrit to even just get hung up on that. I just it's just the translation of the names, but these are in his 108 names, just so you guys reading it. But I find that anything in Jyotish that deals with freedom, and it means you're breaking the chains of this so-called logical world. And also in the conference, I had quoted an Urdu poetry that's very beautiful. It's like a life of rationality. I need to find it. I need to actually post it for everyone, because it's a beautiful way they're saying that life is beautified through devotion, actually, and a life without love, and somewhat real love, is shameful. A life of rationality becomes shameful without love. Like the whole, like, undo the rationality. The gist of it is to undo the rationality. And so that can lead to, I actually had found that. I actually think that quote is very relevant to Revati. So I'm going to see if I have it on my desktop, because I had found it, funny enough, after the conference. So Sandeep is dead on about these omens. It's interesting. I wasn't thinking that way, but I just want to see if I can find it real quick. I have it here, so I'm going to share that. Okay, so let me share that. It's just beautiful. It's in Urdu, guys. So for those of you who I don't, sometimes these translations you have to take with a
So yeah, we are seeing you only. You have to restart your sharing a screen, AG, to see the thing.
right. I'm
Yeah.
gonna do that now. I'm gonna
Yeah.
share both of these, and then so there's the quote. There's one of them, and I'll open the other one so you guys can actually read this. It's deep to contemplate the meaning of this. Let me do another share. Because honestly, in Revati, we're dealing with and I would say even in Meena Rashi in general. Okay, we're dealing with actually a desire to go deeper or to transcend something. And once again, just think of breaking out of prison in some way. So to break out of the confines, the most abundant energy human beings usually has is some kind of desire, right? We have an abundance of emotional and desire-based energy. We also have an abundance of thought, but it's like an electricity. We have an abundance of this kind of internalized energy. So bhakti becomes very powerful because it's channeling that energy of desire. Whatever your desire is channeling that to one focus. So a lot of these older forms of poetry, like I might even translate this slightly different, but it's just not that my translation would be better, it's just that maybe slightly some, but this is good. It is good in the sense that we're trained that rationality is everything. And actually, Meena Rashi, I'm going to go back to the Shukra slide now. Rationality is the eclipse of joy. It actually can rob you of that joy, and you can try to be as logical as you'd like about it and say, oh, this isn't practical, this isn't this. But eventually that the energy of desire within you is going to move towards an object of desire of some sort. And so it's better to harness that with a kind of devoted focus than to try to harness it with just dry thought, which is like dry bread. Who doesn't prefer butter on their bread over a dry piece of bread? We're always going to go for the ghee. We're going to go for the sugar, the ghee. It's like something in us wants to taste joy. And we know that that's the nature of existence somehow. It's almost like our perception of reality is so skewed by the birth that I don't know what we're trying to control. Once it goes back, I think Pisces goes into some kind of loss of control. And it hints to Togiji's point about what we're calling mental illness, all this stuff. But actually, a lot of these people that people even consider somewhat losing touch with reality might have more touch with reality in some cases. You'll see those cases that there was a gentleman, another must in India. He was actually in a mental institution. They thought he was crazy because he would not put his feet on the ground. It caused interruptions in his life left and right. No one knew why he was doing it. No one even really cared to ask. He wouldn't really answer, and he's silent. But I guess apparently one day someone asked him, do you know the story? It's a famous story, actually. It was like a must, like God in the person. But he said, interesting that this guy's coming up. This is all Revati on the ground. And finally someone asked him, and his answer was, I can't. God is everywhere. I can't walk on the beloved. His answer, he was just meditating on that nonstop, that he couldn't put his feet on God. So, and he didn't know where to put his feet. So it was like this devotion that he was having. He wouldn't have traded that devotion in for a CEO position, because that devotion was giving him some kind of internal joy where he didn't require food. Okay, let me say it this way. when we taste that independence from others giving us joy, or a job giving us joy, or dependency on what people think about us giving us joy, or any of that, when we are free of that, we will not turn that in. That's why some of these people, they'll just be homeless. They will not care. They're not going to explain themselves to you because they obviously have some kind of treasure that the person who's seeking happiness and not finding it doesn't have. They're not going to turn it in to be a CEO. People think these people are incapable. They're very capable, actually. It's just they do not want to trade in their hand of cards for your hand of cards. And so we think they're crazy. It's the upside down. You know, Ladhu Baba, we went to see Sri M, who we both love. And I have to say, you know, he talked of the upside down tree a lot because it's in the Upanishads. It's actually a description that you'll find in Vedic literature, an upside down tree. Something to be deeply contemplated. But so we almost have to turn this world on its head to get joy. And so there's actually a lot of poetry as well, speaking of Revati, Kavi, a lot of poetry about losing shame, losing the idea of anything else and just going straight for what pleases the beloved. Whether, you know, losing religious rules even, and all of these things. So you'll see this repeat. And I've said this very often, so I'll share the screen now. Shukra says very often about Shukra in some way being a planet of mystics, not only Guru, but also Shukra. Because see, Guru is the obvious one. It's not that he's not involved, because he's got a heavy presence in the life of mystics and saints and things like that. Oops, I'm on his chart again. But Shukra ends up being very important, and sometimes even like the Nietzsche point. Okay, so please, guys, that Samasaptak, that 1-7 axis, you can never, everything is married. And so if you get something in the opposite point, it sometimes manifests the exact thing that it's looking at. So this whole thing with Nietzsche, I mean, you almost have that with personality astrology, it definitely needs to be thrown out. Very often it's not. I love Togiji's, I love Ladhu Baba's point about the Mercury being debilitated, not being what people think it is, like what you would assume it is. Okay, but you see, Mercury is he's not very drunk. Meena Rashi is a drunk Rashi, and specifically with Nod, with sound. I love that. You know, Sanjay Raji, he also excellent Jyotishi. I mean, I love him. He's excellent. He's got his mastery of Rashis like I've never seen anyone. Like that, if you really care to listen to him, if you really listen to what he's saying, he's really profound points. And he talks about Meena Rashi being the enjoyer of the divine sound. He's one of the only other Jyotishis I've heard point this out, where he goes on and on about it. And it's very true. You'll see this thing, and a big part of it, see Shukra being Ucha there, telling us, you know, the Rishis telling us the story of life through these grahas in a way. Shukra is the one that's he gives union. So he is the enjoyer in a way, the one that allows you to get absorbed. So so it's very clear, like someone being absorbed in a mental state. Our mental state, like Bhav, you are residing in your mental state. Your mental state is your home. If you're happy, you can be happy even in a lightning storm outside on the street with no blanket. If your mental state supports it, you can do that. And samadhi can allow you to do that, but so can madness. It's a fine line, guys. But the soothing, slow quality of someone in that state compared to someone who is mentally disturbed, the mind works very fast in a mental disturbance. The mind is going, is paranoid. These what they're calling God intoxicated people, these musts or these avduts, these people, they are not paranoid. Okay, you will not see that quality of paranoia. The mind is not working fast. If anything, the mind is akash, is become like one continuous sound. You will feel it in their presence if you're sensitive. I mean, you'll feel it immediately. And you can even get drunk by it in their presence. A person on fire catches other people on fire. Okay, but if you're in contact with a person who's mentally disturbed, let's say a disturbance, you will feel that. It's sped up, it's fast, like a hornet's nest. The thoughts are going faster, and that's why such paranoia is there, over processing things, obsessing about things. It's actually, you couldn't get a further pole, but it is almost at the same point at the same time, because it is a loss of the current reality. I mean, but bhav in a way is it's insinuating, I mean, to be absorbed in a state. Like right now, I'm sitting here unified with whatever this body is, this lifetime. When I wake up in the morning, it's my movie. I perceive you guys, however, right? That is a state of union with something. And Shukra's giving that. And Shukra's giving that union, the taste of that, the rasa of that. Shukra's moon and Shukra working heavily together to produce this movie. You got them both ruling the second house, and you've got them both getting Digbal in the fourth house. Right? And then you've got Shukra Ucha in the 12th, which we're going on. So this is important to understand if you're going to study Jyotish. This whole thing with Nietzsche, Ucha, first of all, is really poorly, I think, perhaps very surfacely used and not entirely sought to understand. So just because someone has an Ucha Shukra, I want to make this clear, it doesn't mean they're going to have this personality. They actually can be a very dangerous person because it depends on which side of Shukra is coming out. And Shukra can unify himself with vengeance very fast. He's very tit for tat. If he's Rajasic in quality, and that's hard to tell, don't take authority over people where you think looking at their Rashi chart, you can tell if their Shukra is Rajasic or Sattvic or this or that, because just because he's in Revati and he's Sattvic in the Rashi chart, you don't have authority over their consciousness. And there's so much evidence that an Ucha Shukra can make a dangerous person too. So it's clearly not making the mind sattvic, okay? So please, guys, I like everyone listening, please, when you look at these names of Shukra, please realize that this can be in someone with a Shukra and Chitra conjunct Mars and Ketu, okay? Please don't vilify. First of all, Krura Graha is the malefics. I've always said this. I mean, Radha is Shani in Krishna's chart, okay? She's Shani in Vrishchika Rashi in Krishna's chart, okay? So because who can live in the forest like that? I mean, she didn't demand to be with him. She didn't demand anything of him. Is that a Somya Graha? No, it wouldn't have the grit to suffer like that. And she begged Uddhava to beg Krishna not to take away her suffering because the suffering was her union. So see, once again, these things, like these kind of names, they're very exalted names. So please think about it in a different way than what we're talking about with exalted. And Ucha doesn't even mean exalted. So I know I've said these things before, but please, on my final request with this, when you look at the divinity of Shukra, don't only think that has to be Revati. The Rishis probably were telling us a different story with all this Ucha Nicha thing than what it's turned into. Okay. So Shukra, in many of his names, he is the one who's really like Muktidaya. I mean, granting freedom, Chitta Samadhi Krite is the name that Dr. Pai was mentioning, is producing Samadhi. You get, once again, Moon and Shukra. Both have Digbal in the fourth house, which is the midnight point. It's the most intimate point in the entire chart. This is your mind.
Right now we are in midnight.
Oh God. Infinite, no time. See, I'm definitely responsible for the Meena Rashi over here. I was like, I'm always responsible for the delays and please never blame these guys. I'm the one out of order here, mad
No,
person.
we are all like that.
But so guys, to
But-
just show you that Shukra, these are names of Shukra that definitely relate to this point in Meena. I mean, for sure, but it does not mean that if a person has Venus in that point, that now we saw it with Shri Anandi Moima.
Yeah.
We did see that Maima. I'm saying it like Bengali, but she you know, we saw it with her, and she has the beautiful Malavya yoga in the first, right? I mean, it's a beautiful chart, really. But you would get another person with Malavya yoga in the first, and they might be what I'm talking about with Shukra, that tit for tat. You did this, you know, I gave you this. What did you give me? That more Rajasic energy of exchange, which is why Shukra has his Mula Trikona in Tula Rashi, because Tula Rashi is not Sattvic. It is not, and it's about exchange. So if Shukra's Ucha and he has more of that personality, which is not up to you to determine, that takes a certain kind of sight. It actually takes a divine sight to say that you'd have to see the emanations of the Sukshma Jyoti coming from that will warp on the you had to be able to see this has to be seen. So please don't look at someone with an Ucha Shukra in the Lagna and assume that they're going to be like a Sant by seeing this. Please, this is just not true. It can create, the one thing that's going to be true though is the ability to get absorbed in something. Just what is it? You know, what is it? That's the thing. So this is definitely the quality that I think the rishis were highlighting with talking about that placement. So even bringing it into suffering. I mean, it's just beautiful. Think about walking through a hot desert and someone gives you a glass of water. You know, this is that energy of Revati, that Pushan, that, you know, and when like most of these saints, when they're really longing for union, the world becomes like a dry desert, right? I mean, it becomes horrible. Getting involved in the world for them becomes horrible. And so for them, you know, their guru or whoever, their master who rescues them from the world becomes their bringing it into suffering, that drink of water in the desert. For someone else, it could be just basically having lodging and food. And that's equally as important, you know, because you're going to meditate on what you don't have if you're suffering over that. So whatever it is, Shukra somehow brings it into suffering, whether it's putting a Band-Aid on a cut, whether it's giving you a glass of water, whatever it is. But these names they're very beautiful. I love the destroying anxiety. I mean, for anyone who wants the Sanskrit names, just please look up the Ashtotram. They're all there. So, but, you know, Shukra, this ability for union is very, very powerful. It's just, what is a union going to be with? And once again, please don't think Shukra with Mangal or something like that. I've had so many women come to me, by the way, with Shukra Mangal conjunction. I have to say this. There's certain conjunctions I'll have people come to me with, and they'll be like, you know, I was told this is really bad. And this is bad for marriage and they're like, but I don't really do that. And I'm like, well, do you know yourself better, or does someone that just looked at that conjunction and like, you had to trust your own knowledge of yourself, first of all. So that tells you it must be doing something else. You know, it must be doing something else. Shukra and Mangal, excellent for yoga. Excellent. Excellent. Right there, you've got dharana and you've got samadhi, both in the same place. So yeah, it's in let's say it's in Ardra or something, and someone's told you you're going to lose your tongue or something. I mean, I hear all kinds of things that people have been told because like it's in Ardra, and then the person's like, and I'm looking at it and I'm asking the person that's telling me this, I'm saying, well, has that happened? Has it? And they're like, no, on the contrary, this has happened. It's like, okay, once again, trust your autonomy, your Surya. So before you guys go to Jyotishis, any of you listening, please strengthen your Surya, your sense of self, because what we tell you might be wrong. I am including myself in this 100%. I am not perfect. I've made very bad mistakes. All of it. I don't think there's, when Jyotishis behave as if they know everything, run. If they will not admit, okay, doesn't a doctor, I mean, a good doctor should admit that I misdiagnosed you. They should actually, why not? Because you want to get to the truth, right? If you really want to get to the truth, then the obstacle in front of the truth is not important, meaning the image of oneself is not important. It might be important a little bit, but do you see what I mean here? So this is a critical point, guys. If you go to a Jyotishi, make sure Surya is strong in you. And once again, don't check your chart like, oh, it's in Tula Rashi. Come on. How many strong people I know with Surya and Tula? I can't even count them. It's a very powerful place for Surya. The rishis were highlighting something else about that. It's some other mystery. So please, I'm not saying that you need to strengthen your sun like it's in Mesha or Aries. This is not the concept. Your sense of self, autonomy, and confidence in your knowledge of self. I'm not talking about ego where you're hurting people and they're telling you and you're like, I didn't do anything to them, and defense. No, that's not sense of self I'm talking about. I think most of you know what I'm referring to. But have a strong sense of self so that if you sit in front of one of us and we say something that doesn't sit right, your sense of self is not moved. That you recognize our imperfections, because that helps us be better Jyotishis. It helps us be better doctors, let's say. So we're not misdiagnosing you. Okay, you don't have to go to an astrologer and hear that Venus, for females specifically, that Venus and Mars is conjunct in Aries, so I'm gonna like abuse my partner. It's like, what in the world? Okay, maybe in a handful of conditions that might happen, but I can show you a lot of charts with no Venus Mars conjunction where the woman might be verbally intense. Okay, so this is not the truth, and it doesn't mean you're going to have passion that someone can't satisfy, or so. I mean, all these things you have to be really careful. So, guys, if you've heard things, Rahu Jupiter, this is another one I hear a lot of panic about. The Guru Chandal yogas. The Shani Ketu, the Preta yogas, all these things, no one's going to get hurt. You're not going to lose an arm. Your partner's not going to abuse you. You're not going to become a drug addict tomorrow, whatever it is. Just please, Yama's not waiting to hit you over the head when you exit the door. If he was, you'd already be hit. Look at the truth of who you are and the truth of your life, and then come to us. Have confidence in that first. And then maybe even what we're allowed to say to you from the grahas. The other side of your responsibility coming to a Jyotishi is actually whether you are able to hear the information, whether the grahas permit us to tell you the accurate thing. That has to do with you too, and what you're in union with, what your mind is in union with. It's not like you're just going to get every answer that you want because you're anxious about your life. All of us are anxious about our lives in some way. Everyone suffers. So that's not a necessarily special thing to suffer. It's not going to move the universe to soothe your anxiety through a Jyotishi. As a matter of fact, what I see a lot is the people that are more anxious get more anxiety by going to Jyotishis. So this is funny. This is coming up on Revati. Very funny. But so my plea with all of you, like when you're reading these names, you're translating them. I've always recommended this for learning Jyotish, and especially for the Ucha point, the real meaning of the Ucha point, not in a horoscope, but in the book of life. Okay, it's telling a story. Look at it in a broad way. When you're reading this, think of that as the ideal quality of Shukra. And if I don't have those qualities in my life, I have the ability to act. I have the ability to cultivate those qualities. You are not taken out of bed by the grahas and dressed. Okay, if you just laid there, do you think that like Mangal's gonna come and like get you out of bed? I mean, maybe in the form of your mom or something. You know, but really we do have to act. The word karma implies action. It implies Brahma is present in the word karma because of ka. So Brahma is creative principle. If you created it, you can create your way out. So the real thing with reading these names is that these are the ideal functional qualities of the graha. And when you think about the nakshatra that it's Ucha in, is the ideal qualities. It does not mean a person with the Ucha Graha in that is going to behave like that at all. If the moon or the sun is in a certain condition, that person's personality might even not, the karmic structure isn't even allowed to be there for that planet to do this. Okay, so it's said in many of the Purans and the Shastras, so I'd say the Purans, you'll see constantly that some rishi or another or some devata is making the point that even to say a mantra or have the good karma to pray at all, like to say any mantra, is a purva punya karma. Like you have to have had the grace in the past to even come in contact with some kind of divine knowledge that lets you break out of prison. But it has to start somewhere. The seed has to come from something. So on this Revati Nakshatra, guys, please know the limits, since Revati is the unlimited place, the unlimited nakshatra, the formless, you could say, the nirguna, where we got saguna in Chitra. We've got all the qualities and all the architecture in Tamas, because Tamas is form, the material body. It's not dark and bad and all this. It's your material. Chitra is material. That's all it is mechanical. And so then you've got your saguna, guna is all in Chitra, and you've got your nirguna in Revati. And so please realize that most of us Jyotishis are not nirguna. We're not enjoying that state, and the ones that may be are probably more hidden. I don't know, they might come public, but I'm just speaking for myself. I can't speak for these guys. I love these guys. I mean, if they're enjoying a divine state, they can tell you. But I definitely know for myself, I have no authority. And in my experience is a lot of you coming with anxiety. And so we should not be increasing that. And we also cannot tell you what you want to hear just to relieve that. So it is an odd thing when you're coming to Jyotish. I really encourage you to have autonomy, self-responsibility, and a sense of self that allows you to receive from the astrologer. And that will allow, I believe, the grahas to give you better information, actually. Because if you come up with a wall of all this stuff that you're afraid of, it gets
Okay, I have to leave, man. I have to leave now.
I think
So
what we'll do,
yeah,
Yuji, is
I have
that
to
what I can request also, Yuji, if you could just do a closing prayer of sorts, which would be great.
yes.
And it's a great omen that today doing for Revati Nakshatra, it's a 12th house, and you see all this. I'm under
Nice.
under
All
the
great
great
gurus, yeah.
great gurus here. So yeah.
Yes.
Don't know.
Oh my
Omens
God, it's
always
so
work.
great. Yes, sorry. Must be the Revati. Yeah, very, very similar.
Any closing praise here?
Yeah. Trayambakam yajamahe sugandhim pushtivardanam urvarukamiva bandhanam mrutyurmukshiyamamrita. Om Namah Shivaya.
Great. Thank you all for being patient. Again, and the Bollywood movie is over. Hopefully, we'll continue the next series and so forth. It's great. Namaste.